Gaming news today is both good and bad. First, we have an update from Digital Foundry about the lack of Crimson Desert console footage, which is good, but the bad news is, well, I'll tell you more in a moment. Second, PlayStation is apparently experimenting with dynamic pricing, and at first it sounded like, oh, it's just for discounts. But there's more to this than that, and I want to discuss why this is a very worrisome and bad thing that PlayStation could be pushing out. Third, Ghost of Yotei Legends launches today. We're going to be checking out the free update. We'll look at the blog. There's a detail in that blog that I was not expecting to see. But before we go through the news, a special thank you to everybody who has been hitting the join button. We are trying to get to 600 paying members. We're at like 522. So thank you to everybody who has been doing that. Consider clicking join for $5 a month. You get a badge and emotes, and you get into my members only Discord, and it helps me do this full time. If you're watching this later, also remember to hit like, share, and subscribe. That does help me, and it helps you find the footage and the live shows later. All right, so let's get into this. Digital Foundry reacted to Fighting Cowboy, saying that he said there was going to be footage. Like, basically what he said was, hey, I was at this preview event, and I wanted to know, when are we going to see console footage? Like, he basically asked for those of us who have been curious. And essentially they said that nobody would believe them. The console footage is just that good. And so they decided to send it to Digital Foundry, and that Digital Foundry would have footage at launch. Now, keep note of that claim at launch, okay? My response to this claim is very simple. At face value, it sounded respectable. Fighting Cowboy said this was a respectable answer, and I thought the same thing. But on further reflection, I think it is a steaming pile of crap. I'm honest about this. I'm not holding back anymore. That is a bunch of bull. There is absolutely no reason to accept this as an answer. They have had zero problem uploading 30 minutes of very cranked PC gameplay to the PlayStation channel. You have no problem misrepresenting your product to those who will be buying it on PlayStation 3 separate times for over 30 minutes. So I simply do not buy and do not believe that their console footage is so good that people wouldn't believe it, as if they're on some sort of like new wavelength of marketing. Like, well, we don't want people to question just how good the footage is after you put footage out there that many people have continued to speculate is too good to be true, and then you did it on a console's YouTube channel. So I think this claim is garbage, all right? Give us the footage or stop talking about it and stop saying things that are simply made up. Richard Ledbetter indicated on the latest issue or episode of Digital Foundry Weekly or Direct or whatever they call it, people were asking them about it. And so they watched the, Fighting Cowboy clip, and they said, listen, we will have footage at launch. There's that pesky phrase again, at launch. We have no idea if they're going to be able to get this footage out ahead of time. It didn't sound like they were going to even be able to an exhaustive or full review. It sounded to me like they were going to try and have something out for us as quickly as they could, which didn't even sound like they were going to be able to do that full review. They're likely focusing more on PC. The game was made for PC, and it's such an enormous game, they're probably having to spend a significant amount of time actually testing it on PC to make sure that their video is exhausted. So they just keep saying at launch. Let me be clear though, Digital Foundry getting access and abiding by whatever terms they agree to is totally fine. They hold no blame in this situation. They're not the developer or the publisher. They are taking care of their own business, which is exactly why they would abide by any sort of NDAs, embargoes, or timing. Now, Ollie over there at Digital Foundry definitely gave, I thought, very fair thoughts about the issue. He expressed that this is awfully close to launch to have no console footage out there. And yes, folks keep saying there is console footage out there. There is not. A handful of YouTube channels will re-upload PC footage, and then they will lie in their title and say that it's PS5 footage or PS5 Pro footage. There is one trailer, one official trailer. It is a minute and 47 seconds long, and it says that it was captured on a PS5 Pro. It does not show any raw, uncut gameplay. It is heavily edited. Even Ollie indicated that that particular trailer is all over the place with respect to frame rate and performance. Now, he did not give any details about what they're going to have, but he didn't think the details from the PlayStation blog were all that compelling. and that streaming the assets in the game, which is I guess something the game is going to be boasting about doing, it's not going to work all that well on the slower CPU of the PS5. At least he was speculating that it might not. He also pointed out that they were waffling a bit by saying that the PSSR 2 would help with, quote, higher frame rates without really indicating what the target frame rates are going to be. He did end on a slightly optimistic note that the game scales reasonably well on AMD GPU hardware. He was quick to restate that it's an unusual rollout with respect to the lack of console footage. And I just really want to echo what he is saying, and I'm going to continue to be very critical about how this is playing out. Will Powers, the PR manager for Pearl Abyss, expressed frustration on Twitter with having to answer this question, quote, hundreds of times. With all due respect, we are tired of asking. You used 30 plus minutes of cranked up PC footage on the PlayStation channel with every single one of these trailers ending with pre-order now. You are asking for people's money, and you are not showing them the game on their console. This should not be something that you are bristling at or getting frustrated with being asked about. It's literally your job to give us the accurate information or information in general about the game. Let's actually look at his answer also in the way that he's allegedly answered this hundreds of times. I'm not actually seeing where he's been answering this hundreds of times. Maybe you're being asked hundreds of times. I can't find multiple answers. There is one answer. He said on the following on Twitter, he said, quote, will reveal things ahead of launch to give people adequate time to still pre-order the game for themselves. So what does that even mean? You'll reveal things ahead of launch. That could be anything. That could be a tweet. That could be a blog post. He does not explicitly promise in this tweet to show us gameplay footage. Plenty of games have done this ahead of the launch of their title. They say, oh, here's our target frame rate. Here's what we're shooting for. Here's what we're going for. Sort of like performance breakdowns of what they hope the game can do. The info in the PlayStation blog could also be what he considers, quote unquote, revealing things. They gave information to PlayStation about using PSSR 2 and trying to target higher frame rates, but they did not give any specifics about how the game is going to run. If they send out a tweet or a blog post about target frame rates, I think we're going to have our answer. Everybody keeps saying be patient. They told us they would show us console gameplay before launch. I'm sorry, they have not said that, not anywhere. I can't find an answer from him or Pearl Abyss in any locations on the internet where they said specifically and explicitly we would be getting console footage prior to launch. It's just more careful wording that doesn't actually promise anything. More than that, I directly asked him on Twitter about the coverage from Digital Foundry, and he will not respond. He was jumping on tweets and articles and saying, hey guys, I'm right here, at me next time. Well, I added him and I cannot get a response. Asking for specifics about when console footage will hit is 100% legitimate. I'm not being entitled. I'm not being unreasonable. Consumers have every right to ask for accurate information and representation before buying a product. And yes, the company has every right to market their game in the way that they think is best, but I'm going to consistently call foul on this type of thing. You used juiced up, souped up PC footage that console owners will almost assuredly never experience, and you're using that footage to motivate them to pre-order your game. You seem to have no problem using footage that does not represent the experience they are going to have while asking for their money. And when we're supposed to believe that your console footage is so good that nobody would believe it, you're just going to hand it off to Digital Foundry. So we have to go to somebody else for the information, quote unquote, at launch. Then all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe that is now the narrative. Why did you have such an easy time showing console owners cranked up PC footage then? Over 30 minutes worth of footage on the YouTube channel of PlayStation. They're not going to experience the game in the way that we're seeing in these videos. You're okay with them getting a false impression? You're totally fine with that? But you don't want them to see footage that apparently is too good to believe? The logic here does not make sense. The simplest explanation is likely the real one. The console footage will noticeably look worse than what they've been showing everybody, and it probably won't run as well either. It would be painfully obvious. There would be comparison videos that would hit, and the marketing would be seen for what it is, misleading. My conclusion here is simple. Do not pre-order this game. Make them earn your purchase with accurate marketing, or wait for the Digital Foundry video, or even my own stream or the other streamers that will be playing it day one. We have been burned too many times by this type of thing to give this game a pass. The number of people that are defending this, that is the most surprising element that I've encountered. Gamers hand-waving this, or saying that it's on consumers to just not pre-order and be more informed. This is definitely a two-way street. You certainly are responsible for making sure you're informed when you purchase something, but I hope going forward that PlayStation is more stringent on what they put on their marketing funnel. Their YouTube channel is approaching 17 million subscribers. There's a lot of trust there with what people are being shown on your YouTube channel. I hope more content creators also, and people with platforms and reach, call this out. I know that's a tough spot to be in. Playing nice gets you access, and the early footage and review access is very helpful. But I really think we should be more prone to push for accountability in marketing of games these days. Stop showing simulated gameplay. Stop showing cranked up vertical slice PC footage to console users that they're never going to experience. Stop shrouding things in mystery. If you want our money, show us the product. Show the game so we can make an informed purchase. If that's unreasonable, then I guess I want to be unreasonable. It's more important for consumers to have all available information before spending their money than to be watching something like what's running behind me that does not represent the experience they are going to have. But those are just my thoughts. I will get your guys' thoughts on this in a moment. I've got one more story to cover, and this one also, I think, is pretty frustrating. This news is likely to make your blood boil and your wallet thinner. PlayStation is experimenting with dynamic pricing, and if you like that, well, nobody's going to like that, right? You're like, well, wait, what is that? Well, basically, it's the idea that different consumers will see different prices on games. And at first, I thought this was just a scummy way to treat discounts, but that is only half of the way that it's being tested. PSPrices.com first reported on this last week, and there are two parts to this. First, they're experimenting with dynamic pricing with respect to discounts, which is primarily an optics problem. I just think it's a bad look for how customers might feel depending on how much they spend. Not getting discounts, basically the people who are barely ever spending money or coming to the store would be more prone to get the discounts to motivate their purchase. Second thing that they are doing, though, is far more worrisome. They're experimenting with actually raising the regular price of a game. So you're not just giving somebody else like a better discount because they haven't shopped in a while. You're actively going to potentially increase the price for a particular consumer. So let's take a look at what is being reported. The first major red flag is that they're not just testing this on small titles or lesser known titles that might be getting maybe heavier or lighter discounts to try to help them sell, depending on demand or maybe the market that it's going to. They are testing this on their own big titles like God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, Helldivers 2, Stellar Blade, Gran Turismo 7, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, and Astrobot. Basically, the idea is someone might be shown a discount just for them. It'll say, like, just for you. You might see this in other storefronts. This isn't that abnormal, okay? A regular price might get dropped anywhere from 10 to 13% in an effort to get that person to buy it. Now, this is not a huge deal, honestly. It's a little bit scummy if you're spending more money and not getting discounts. That's kind of an optics thing, right? I would be more prone to accept like an email, hey, here's a coupon code for a special BOGO deal, but they're obviously trying to make this a streamlined thing. They don't want to have the customer doing a bunch of extra hoops. It's like if they're browsing the store and they haven't shopped in a while, you might get a discount on something. This could end up backfiring as an optics thing, though, because people could feel like, hey, you just shut down the STARS program, and now you're giving discounts to people based on the fact that they don't spend as much money as I do. That could frustrate your more loyal consumers. Now, those of us who regularly spend money wouldn't get the discount because we're more prone to buy your games day one. Again, offering some users discounts and not others is a common practice, but this could end up backfiring as a problem of optics, rewarding people who spend less and not rewarding the people who are spending the most. But the second part of this is far more worrying. There is Something being referred to in this article from PS Price is they're referring to it as a classic elastic pricing test for users' willingness to pay more. And they show GTA 5 at a regular price of $26.99, and it was being tested and increased to $29.99. Now you might shrug at this and be like, well, that's $3. Who really cares? $26 versus $29. But the principle here is the issue. If they are willing to charge you more simply because your behavior indicates early adoption, pre-orders, or day one purchases, I have a severe problem with that. Set the standard price for the region and sell the product. You don't need to pull this kind of nonsense. Imagine being the first in line at a deli or a donut shop every day because it's your favorite place to go. And they started charging you more because, well, your behavior indicates that you're going to come here and be very loyal. Your consistency ends up costing you. That's a really crummy way to treat somebody spending money in your place of business. Now, according to the findings of the experiment, they've been running this experiment for about 4 months. Well, allow me to provide some feedback to your experiment, PlayStation. Consumers should wholeheartedly reject this. Variable discounts, I can get over that. If somebody hasn't shopped in a couple of months and you want to offer them a discount on a game to try to get them to purchase something, that's not that big of a deal. Actively increasing the price of something simply because you know the consumer behavior is prone to do it, I think that's gross. I hope the report gets traction and PlayStation sees negative consumer response as a reason to not do this. I don't mind offering somebody a discount or a reason to come spend money in your store. Just leave the variable price increases off the table. I've said many times, I don't give companies my loyalty, I give them my money. And I feel if they start to abuse that, I'll abstain from purchases, even giving the price I feel if it's being tampered with. That's how I see this, but those are just my thoughts. I'll get y'all's thoughts in a moment. Also, very quickly, just know that Ghost of Yotei Legends launches today, and we'll be looking at that blog post later in the show, so look for a timestamp of that. There's a special surprise at the very bottom of the blog, and we are going to be checking out that gameplay today. So if you're looking for Ghost of Yotei Legends gameplay, I'll be diving in later. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, guys. Make sure and hit the like button. Try to get us to that first 100 likes on the day. We've only been streaming for about 15 minutes, so thank you guys so much for being here. Crimson Desert on PS5 Pro, the recent upgrade to PlayStation PSSR makes it possible that Crimson Desert hit 4K resolutions at higher frame rates. Yeah, that's wonderful that they said that in a blog. Show it to me. It's that simple. I want to see it. You can, at this point, I don't trust them. I don't. I have no reason to trust Pearl Abyss. I think their answers about this have been evasive, and I think their marketing has been dishonest. I don't think that's harsh. I think that's accurate. I don't think they're accurately showing the product to the consumer. I think they're actively misrepresenting the product. I think they are. They're literally telling people that, well, the footage is so good, we don't want to show it to people because they're going to, not believe it. You had no problem showing PlayStation people 30-something minutes of PC footage. You don't seem to have a problem doing that. Does that make sense? That logic doesn't logic. It's like you're literally saying that your console footage is so good that people won't believe it. Why did you have no problem showing souped up PC footage to console owners then? What's the deal? That doesn't make any sense to me. If you're like, oh, they won't believe it, then you had no problem showing us footage that we don't believe to begin with. It's PC footage. DK Bager, Han shot first, and so did you. Let's get to 29 on the week. Little behind on pace, boys. Check your renewals. And a $5 super chat from Broken Earth. NVIDIA is charging more for their cards because they can. They started doing that with the 3rd, 4th gen. Raising the price of your product is not what we're talking about, Broken Earth. Dynamic pricing is not saying, hey, we're just going to suddenly raise the price. Like if tomorrow PlayStation came out and said all of our standard pricing is now $75, I'd be like, that sucks. But if they were like, hey, you spend money more regularly and you buy games day one, this game's $75 for you, and the guy next to me gets it for less because he doesn't spend money as often. Like, dynamic pricing is not just randomly raising the price of a product. It's in relation to the consumer that's about to purchase it. Like, that's why it's scummy. If you're like, hey, this consumer has bought 10 games in a row day one, we could probably charge them $75. You know what I'm saying? Why is bro so mad about it? Just wait to buy it and get it day one if it runs well. What's interesting to me is folks like you who are just like, it's okay to be, I guess, a sucker. Like, I don't understand your logic at all. You're like, yo, why are you so upset that this company's using dishonest marketing tactics that have been used tried and true in the past to mislead consumers, get their money, and then the consumer's left holding the bag? What do you mean, why am I mad? Why aren't you mad is a better question. You should be frustrated that another company is using a massive marketing funnel, a 17 million subscriber channel. They're using the PlayStation channel to market a game in a dishonest and misleading way. Like, stow this weird attitude that, like, it's totally fine. Why are you upset? No one's forcing you to buy it. No one's forcing you to have terrible logic either, and yet here you are. When did anybody say anything about forcing? I'm taking issue with dishonest marketing. It's misleading marketing, bro. Like, I'm not saying anything about forcing people to buy it. You're shadowboxing. You're arguing against a point I've never made. They're literally telling people, here's the game, come and buy it. With 3 different trailers, over 30 minutes of footage. It's all on PC. It's cranked to the rafters. The lighting, the shadow, the draw distance, the details. And then they had the nerve to tell Fighting Cowboy, yeah, our console footage is too good. Nobody would believe it. You didn't have a problem showing them footage that they're never going to experience. You are not going to experience this game at that level of fidelity, and they had no problem showing it to you. 3 separate times. It wasn't like a one-off trailer a year ago where they were like, hey, that's the best we have right now. No, in the run-up to this game, they did all those trailers. And you know what I said? I said, he's doing all these interviews and podcasts to create this facade, this mirage of transparency. But when really pressed on the issue, he got frustrated. He's like, oh, I've been asked this hundreds of times. I'm tired of answering this. We're tired of asking. Give us console footage if you want console users to pre-order your game. This isn't that difficult. It isn't. I've got some people to thank. Dwayne with 45 months in a VIP adding to the total. Says, morning everyone, smash the like button. Babbling Bike with a VIP. Love these VIPs. Thank you for 43 months on a renewal. That's a lot of months. And then 45 months from J Murph. Look what happened with Cyberpunk. Thank you. Another one. We're at 32. Pearl Abyss is known for this, says Vesperia. Even through Black Desert Online, if you know the company, you'd know what to expect. But criticizing and then being like, well, I'm going to play it day one whilst crapping on them is kind of backwards. I guess no, I get so buffered by people who can't think beyond 2 feet. Why do you think I would buy the game day one and stream it? Like, take a guess. Pretend you're on a quiz show and just take a stab at why I would do that. Maybe, just maybe, I'm attempting to help consumers make an educated decision, and that's a cost of me doing business. Like, why is that even being in question? If I buy the game for $70, I could save 15 people from buying the game who are like, oh gosh, that's rough, or maybe more. Who knows how many people are going to watch me play it day one and potentially change their mind. I'm willing to do that as a cost of business. It's what I do. I have no problem with that. Like, I'm gonna buy the games when they come out and play them for you. That is the cost of doing what I do. Does this dude always dunk on things? But very few times is he hype. You got paid. You think I'm actively being paid to hate on this game? So when I praised Resident Evil 9 and said it was excellent, and I think it's a Game of the Year frontrunner, I guess you didn't watch that show? Listen, I know it's upsetting to have somebody talk negatively about something that you're looking forward to, but I've been plenty hyped about plenty of things and excited about things. You're being toxically positive and trying to put me through some sort of like hygienic, like purity test of like, well, you're being mean and unkind. Like, there's got to be some sort of ulterior motivation here for your criticism. Is there an ulterior motive to you being here and talking like a buffoon? Like, what is somebody paying you to go on Defense Force? Everyone loves Resident Evil. I'm also looking forward to Control Resonant. I'm also looking forward to Sorrows. I'm also looking forward to Phantom Blade Zero. I've been looking forward to Crimson Desert for a very, very long time. Highguard, where was the hype? Highguard was a piece of garbage from moment one. I knew it was going to die and crash and burn from the moment I set eyes on it. If you put a meal in front of me and it smells like a turd and I can tell that you put a turd in it, I'm going to call it what it is. Like, it's not that difficult. It really isn't that difficult to look at something and tell it's not going to be any good. You seem to be upset about somebody being critical. That's literally the job of a YouTuber, is to be critical of something that looks and smells funny. It looks and smells funny. Like, if you're looking forward to it, go for it. I don't think consumers should tolerate misleading, dishonest marketing. If that's upsetting for you to hear, I would suggest you find somewhere else to hang out, because I've said this about every single time a game pulls these shenanigans. This isn't new. This has been going on for a long time, since the most extreme instances of like Watch Dogs to today. We have companies that consistently mislead the consumer with tactics like this. I'm going to call it out. If that's upsetting to you, that's a personal issue that you got to resolve. Original ideas are not coming out of any AAA studio. An empty platitude that's simply untrue. That we played plenty of amazing AAA games last year and already this year. Whether it was Death Stranding 2 was original and excellent. I'm looking forward to playing Ghost of Yotei Legends today. I mean, find me a game that did that, like the online co-op thing that they're adding to their single-player open-world action-adventure game. Also, the spiritual sequel to Returnal, Sorrows, a third-person rogue bullet hell game that's been highly praised for its originality and innovation. You're playing the wrong games if you think there's nothing out there innovating. I think there's plenty of games innovating. That's also a completely side issue to the conversation that we're having now that you seemingly are bowing out of because you lost. If you don't like somebody being critical of negative marketing, then you go out there and just accept it. That's your own choice as a consumer. I'm going to try and make sure consumers are properly informed before they spend their hard-earned money. Times are tough, man. I don't want somebody dropping $70 on a piece of crap. I think that's fair. Zinthos says, 53 months into VIP. Zinthos says, a lot of smooth brains today. Keep up the good work. And Raijin with 54 months in a VIP. And Raijin's going to double dip and also renew over there on Purple as a tier 3. 30 months, Raijin. That's ridiculous. Where Winds Meet is pretty innovating. Yeah, I'll give credit to Where Winds Meet. It's a pretty awesome game, but I don't know if I've ever seen a single-player open-world action game just add like a totally free co-op mode like this. Like, I think Ghost of Tsushima obviously did it first with Legends, and they're continuing that trend. I think it's pretty innovative. I thought what they did with God of War Ragnarok with the free Valhalla update was also pretty innovative and cool. Bringing the idea of a rogue to God of War was actually kind of dope. So like I said, I think you're playing the wrong games if you think AAA studios are not innovating and doing new things. Why don't you vote with your wallet? I'm not going to vote with my wallet. I'm going to empower consumers to be informed. Do you want to know what would happen if I didn't buy Crimson Desert and tried to talk about it in the wake of its launch? I'd have someone like you in my chat sniveling like a little child talking about how, well, you didn't even play it, so you can't talk about it. This isn't my first rodeo, homie. Like, I've been covering video games for a decade. When something new comes out, I'm going to cover it and play it and try to inform the consumer about how it feels, how it runs. You know, do the controls feel good? How is performance? Are there any bugs or glitches? That's literally what the gaming press does when they get review access to games. It's what every streamer that does variety coverage and reviews does with their platform. That's not new. You're in here with some weird agenda acting like I'm hurting your feelings. Like, what are you in here on an alt? Do you work for the company? Are you upset that you're getting called out about the fact that you won't show the game to the public? Like, you know what I mean? You've been covering them for 25 years. It's interesting that you've been covering them for 25 years and you're one of the most ignorant people I've ever interacted with this subject about. Acting like we shouldn't be calling out bad, dishonest, misleading marketing tactics. It seems like you haven't learned any lessons and you're still just the same as we've always been. Like, have you upgraded and changed in anything over the years? Like, is that really the issue? Is that you haven't really learned? You just consistently buy titles, you know, like I said, from moment one, you sounded like a sucker. Like, that sounds like a sucker to me. That's like, well, yeah, I'm just going to accept misleading, dishonest marketing tactics, and I'm just going to buy games when they come out because, you know, how dare you ruin my hype and my excitement? Like, Jiminy Christmas. Like, thank you so much for stopping by, sucker number 85. There's a ton of them on my Twitter timeline as well. Just willingly being like, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? The big deal is we've been here before. This isn't our first rodeo with this kind of marketing. And the fact that we're trying to get information and can't get the information, that should tell you something. It should tell you something. We did this with Mind's Eye. I tried to warn people about Mind's Eye. It's like, you can't talk negative about anything? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why there's this new trend where, like, gaming outlets and gaming chatters and Twitter are like, all pearl clutchy about being critical. Like, what happened? What happened to all that masculinity? What happened to all that tough guy, puff your chest out, internet macho attitude that people used to have? Now all of a sudden we're like, oh, people are being negative and posting Steam charts. Oh, it's just raising my blood pressure. Jiminy Christmas. What I don't know what happened when we rolled credits on 2025 and rolled over into 2026. All of a sudden, we're not supposed to be critical of anything. We're not supposed to look at Steam charts. We're not supposed to caution the consumer about wasting their money. We're just supposed to be excited for product, buy product, wash, rinse, repeat. That's just what we're supposed to do, apparently, according to all the toxic positivity that's out there. Times are tough. People don't have enough money to put gas in the tank and pay rent. The last thing I'm going to do is let some frickin' company walk out here with misleading marketing and try to get people to spend their hard-earned money on something that's been misrepresented to them. I'm not going to let it happen. Why are you mad? Why are you wound up? Because it's wrong. That's why. It's an issue of ethics. You should not be marketing something with footage that doesn't represent the product and then bristle at the fact that people we'd like to see console footage, please. You want our $70? Could we please see the thing you're trying to sell us? It's like, here, buy this thing. What was that? Don't worry about it. Just buy it. I don't know what that was. It's awesome. You'll love it. You don't have to pre-order or buy at launch. Nobody's saying you have to pre-order or buy at launch. Nobody's saying that. Nobody is saying you have to. What we're saying is they've got 30 minutes of footage on the PlayStation channel, trailers asking people to pre-order bonuses, and I'm here doing my due diligence to say, don't do it. Don't pre-order this game. Don't do it. We've got to wait for a third-party Digital Foundry to give us gameplay footage on console at launch. We have to wait for that. We can't get it from the company. We can't get it from the publisher or the developer. Black Desert ran fine on previous consoles, though. Who cares? It's a different engine, and they worked on it for years to get it to run better. It initially didn't run well at all. Next Defense Force comment, please. It's a completely different engine, homie. Jiminy Christmas. People are so quick to defend this game, you don't even have the facts. It's a different engine, bro. It's a different engine. Well, Crimson Desert or Black Desert Online runs fine. It took them a long time to get it to run fine, and it's a different engine. It's some old MMO that they worked on over the years. The most bewildering part about this is the people that don't agree. I don't get it. Can I test drive the car? Yeah, no, just buy it. Exactly, Zubair. It's the Black Space engine. According to everything I've read, it is a different version of the engine significantly. It's not the engine that you're interacting with Black Desert Online. It isn't. A lot of people have tried to say, oh, that engine's problematic. And people are like, well, no, it's basically a different version of the engine. It's not the engine that they're using in Black Desert Online. That's about the pro footage. Everyone is being told to watch. The PS5 Pro footage looked pretty good, though it was unlocked for that showing. So some was 30, some was 60, and a lot of it was kind of in the 30s. Yeah, you do understand. This is something that we don't need to gloss over at all. You guys understand that when Will Powers did an interview about this, he said, oh, there's PS5 Pro footage out there. Do you want to know what Ollie from Digital Foundry had to say about that footage? It was all over the place. It was in the 30s and the 60s on the Pro. So all these people that are like, oh my gosh, it's going to run fine on the Pro. What are you so upset about? The only available footage we have is highly edited, and it ranges from 30 frames to 60. You still feeling good about this game and how it's going to run on console? The strongest console in the market has a range of 30 to 60 frames in the only available footage that we have. What's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. The Xbox Series S will run it well. We have no info to go on at this moment in time to know who's going to get what on any of the 4 consoles that are available. Or, yeah, 4 consoles. Reforge versus Will Powers. It's not even about me being versus Will Powers. It's answer the question. It's a simple question. When are we going to get to see console footage? You indicated you would reveal things, whatever that means. Reveal things. You're going to reveal things ahead of launch. We had to hear secondhand through Fighting Cowboy that you're going to give console footage to Digital Foundry. Digital Foundry's not even giving assurances that it'll be out before launch. They said at launch. Like, I swear, if they gave a secondary different embargo to Digital Foundry for console footage, I want every single person that defended this game and its performance and their marketing, I want every single person to stop by the show and give me flowers if they're doing that. If they're literally giving Digital Foundry a second, like a second embargo. It's like that is the biggest tell I've ever heard. It's like, well, we'll make it seem like it's going to run well. I've had people say this. They're like, well, they're giving it to Digital Foundry. Doesn't that mean they're really confident? And I'm like, I'm sorry. If they were confident, why wouldn't they just show us the game right now? If you were really confident in your product, is that the kind of smoke and mirrors nonsense that you would pull? Well, give it to Digital Foundry and have them ship the footage at launch. Not now. Not now. We don't want people to see it now. We've gotten them to pre-order with 30 minutes of PC footage. Why would we show them console footage? Everyone should be alarmed by this. We all remember the Cyberpunk debacle. The marketing guy is dodging the console question while 100% showing the PC footage. As someone who's getting it on PC, I respect that you are championing this for consoles, because if I didn't have a PC, I would want the same answer prior to purchasing. Yeah, if you've got a decent PC, we have it on very good authority that this is a well-built game. From the people that went to the preview event to even Digital Foundry talking about it and how Ollie says it's, it scales reasonably well on AMD hardware, which could help consoles. Like, yeah, if you have a reasonable PC, if a decent PC, you're probably going to have a good time with this. But the fact that the interesting thing in the discussion to me has been the hesitance to answer the question, which is worrying. The answer that we got, I think, is a pile of bull. And then the way people are defending it, it's just like, I don't understand. This is exactly what we've all said needs to stop within gaming marketing. We've all said this. And this weird now incessance that we're not supposed to be critical, we're not supposed to be negative. Like, what's interesting to me is I actually think a lot of the negative narratives out there are garbage. Like, I think people that are talking about, like, how, gaming is dead and AAA gaming is cooked. I do think there's a lot of, like, nonsense out there. I think there's a lot of people saying things that aren't true, and they're dooming and glooming, for sure. We've had a great year so far in games. We've had a really, really solid year. So to me, it's like, I understand why some people are tired of hearing that. I am not that guy. I don't make that kind of content. I don't. I've talked about how gaming isn't dead. I've talked about how AAA gaming is not cooked and fine. It's not that serious. People act like every single time a AAA game does poorly that the industry is dying, but then they'll ignore how well something like Resident Evil did. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth. I have a pretty good PC, but I still won't pre-order it until they show console footage. Show the footage or get no money from me. Can you show some gameplay in the background? Why do you want to see gameplay in the background? Is there a particular reason? I mean, I do that during the show open, but once I'm in the talk show, I don't tend to do that. Big respect for calling this BS out. I just think that we need to start being more firm on this. If I have to be the one to do it, so be it. I understand if you're a gaming outlet, if you're a YouTuber and a streamer, not wanting to do that. You're not wanting to take that risk because you'll get blacklisted. You will get blacklisted. If you think I'm out here getting put on a list for the next review copy from a publisher or developer, putting them on blast like this, no, I'm probably being put on lists to not send codes to, because that tends to be what happens when you do this sort of thing. I'm not wearing that as a badge of honor like, haha, I'm going to be mean and belligerent and not get codes because that's just the kind of person I am. But that's generally how it works. if you don't accept this kind of nonsense in marketing, you're not going to play ball, and companies want people to play ball. Now, if people are getting review access and going to the preview events, good for them. No shade. You make the money, get the relevancy. But I completely understand why almost nobody is calling this out, because they know what's going to happen. The minute you call something like this out, you're not brand safe. You aren't. You're not brand safe when you call this sort of thing out, because plenty of companies are going to do this sort of thing. They're going to use juiced up footage. They're going to use PC footage to try to make people think a game looks like something that it isn't. And they don't want that to be a risk if they work with you and then you call that out. First time on your channel, my bad, just curious. No, you're fine to ask the question. I wasn't sure if you were wanting to see something specific. I ran the trailer during the show open. We've looked at these trailers 10 times over. We also did coverage of the previews last week. I did a preview roundup, and I had the footage running in the background the whole time. I don't typically like to do that, though. I don't understand why more people aren't calling this practice out. It's completely dishonest and cheap. Well, you understand why nobody calls it out. You don't. You don't want to do what I'm doing. Listen, you don't want to do what I'm doing. You don't. Wait, weren't you here the other day pushing this? I feel like you were here the other day. Yeah, you're just in here throwing around accusations, bro. You can get lost. You're throwing around words and accusations at chat. You're just causing trouble. I haven't even interacted with you, and I don't want you here. I'm surprised Lono ever accepted the bulldog excuse, actually. I didn't accept it. I didn't. Go back and watch, Gavin. The day that they said that, I was like, okay, I can respect that. And about 10 minutes later, I was like, wait a minute. No. It took me a second. I don't even know if it was 10 minutes. I think it was within a few minutes. I was like, wait a minute. I don't like that answer. Lono is very comfortable with being unlikable. Most people aren't. I don't know. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not. But I appreciate it. You can be negative. I just don't get influenced much. To me, it seemed that I would get even more playtime out of Crimson Desert than Resident Evil, and I had to choose one because everything's so expensive now. Right, but Lore Master, I want you to imagine, fast forward 2 weeks, and that's the choice you make. You choose Crimson Desert over Resident Evil, and imagine it has all these problems, and it's running really poorly, and you're really upset. Do you see? That's worse at some level. When you're being real sparing with your purchases, and you're like, "Listen, man, I'm money's kind of tight right now. I'm only gonna buy one game." I would be fuming mad if I bought a game with that limited amount of budget, and then it ran really poorly, and all the marketing was misleading. I would be steaming mad. It's 9 a.m. Got to go reforge. All right, Batman. Guys, really, really quickly, help me with something. We've had a nice, strong start to the day. There's a lot of you here, but a lot of you forgot to hit the like button. All right? Give that a thumbs up. Also, check your primes and check your membership renewals. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, you can help us with this goal. We're trying to get to 600 paying members. We're at 520 something. It's going up, so thank you, everybody who's doing that. Click join. For $5 a month, you get a badge, you get emotes, and you get into my members-only Discord. All right? So help us with that goal. It supports me and it enables me to do this full time. Are we really surprised the console footage will probably look worse than a powerful PC? I think we just have to wait and see because PC gameplay was very optimized. I don't think anybody's surprised. That's what I'm saying has 191. That's the most clear and logical explanation for why they won't show it. It's not going to look as good. It isn't. And a 5-bomb comes in from Siege Master. He's like, let's get 10 away from 50. We're a little behind on pace, boys. We want to end today at 200. Rather a poor performing game like GTA 5 where you can do so much than a linear single player game for the same price. Agree with that person. Lono, read up. Read upload. What are you saying read upload? I don't even run 4K. I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me. And a 5-bomb comes in from Jack Garland. We've got a 5-bomb train starting. Let's see if we can take this train all the way. Oh, look, Cloud Plays got a gifted. Cloud Plays is really nice. We've interacted a few times on Twitter. I think Cloud Plays and I are sub to each other, I think. How long does your talk show go on for? Do you do this on the daily or weekly basis? Every single day for about 4 hours. I was really interested in Crimson Desert. Now that you pinpoint some points, it concerns me. Listen, the game is still coming out regardless of what you do. So you don't pre-order. We all know that pre-order bonuses fade is almost as soon as you're in the game anyway. Like almost immediately. Like, the pre-order bonuses are always chintzy. Like, usually within 2 hours, you're not even using the pre-order bonuses. Yeah. I've retweeted that so many times, Fuzzy, trying to get an answer about when we're going to get console footage. Oh, the comment you read about him only buying one game? Right. Now, somebody, I believe, is typing in Korean in the chat. I'm not sure what they're trying to say. I know there was a Korean broadcaster, I believe, that said it was running at like 40 something FPS. I believe it was running at like 40 something FPS. No, that's why is it not? Why is Google Translate not auto detecting Korean? I'm not sure what they're saying. Let's see if I can translate here. I pre-ordered the deluxe version and the regular version on Steam. It would be nice that the save file could be shared. Well, Anyang, autogejin sao? Like, I got, that's all I can say in Korean, but I have to translate everything else that you say, so if you can type in English, that'd be great. The performance on console right now is just a giant question mark. We don't have a clue of what it looks like. We don't know. Like, we're just basically in the dark. That's all we have is that one, apparently like a stream, like a Korean streamer or somebody said it was running at like 45 or something. Oh, he translated it after. Okay. I've seen more footage. The game has some menus that make marathons look well designed. Also heavy input lag in controls. It seems like they made weird choices on controls. A lot of people have provided pretty negative feedback on like the running. Like, you hold a button to run, and if you like let go or something, you'll stop. It seems really weird. They've done some odd things with the controls, and I'm like, anytime people do weird things with controls for sprint, I'm like, why do we have to keep reinventing sprint? Like, I don't get it. Luke Stevens said everyone that had come to play it was on 7900 rigs. L3 for crouch. Yeah, don't even get me started, Resident Evil. Don't even get me started. Resident Evil, I'm out here clicking my stick in other games trying to crouch now after playing RE9. Rolled credits, masterpiece. I've got some quibbles with some of the interactions that got a little funky, but masterpiece. Loved it. It was excellent. Hold the button to prox chat in a game that can't be unbound. There you go. Can't be unbound. Guys, a lot of you haven't hit the like button still. Get me to 200 likes. Hit that thumbs up button, boys. And thank you to all the people who have gifted a membership or renewed your membership. We greatly appreciate you being here. If you hit subscribe on the channel as well, thank you for doing that. You don't have to subscribe to talk in my chat, but it does help me grow the channel. It does help me grow the channel, and not only does it help me grow the channel, it'll help you find my show throughout the week when I do it. Video Game Junkie has a good clip of the chainsaw fumble as well. Yeah, I know. I wasn't the only one. Somebody was like, you have to back up. And I'm like, the one time I was standing on it, I had no control over backing up. I went into a quick time, like, roundhouse kick to the guy's head, and then after he died, he dropped the chainsaw at my feet, and I could not move. It also always entertains me after people have seen the situation conquered and they know the exact approach. They're like, I can't believe you didn't know exactly what to do. It's like, you're coming to the situation with all the information required to beat the instance. I didn't know that I could back up. I heard guys growling behind me. I didn't want to back up. Like, you know, they were psychologically manipulating the player to feel, you know, panicked. It worked. That's what the game is supposed to do. People act like it's a game of skill expression. Really? Resident Evil 9? People are getting egos about Resident Evil 9. Like, wow. The bar's getting low for gamer egos, boys. Like, wow. Like, I'm better than this guy at Resident Evil. Use that on your speed dating apps. Ah, gee, Merry Christmas. let's be honest. You didn't get blacklisted from Yubucos for calling out devs. It was when you called out the Game Awards for cheating Kirby Air Riders out of Game of the Year last year. Oh gosh, I was not sure where that was going, Dalton, because that really could have gone a different direction. Like, there are people that really don't like me, and maybe you were gonna say something else. When is game? Oh yeah, I don't know when Legends is dropping. It said that it was gonna be dropping at like midnight, Australia, New Zealand time or whatever. So I was expecting to have an update now, but I don't have one. So I don't know. Maybe noon. They haven't said anything official. I have the latest version, so I'll open the game and see if there's anything in there. Yeah, I have no idea. I assumed it would be at 10. If not at 10, it comes out in 3 hours. Oh, well, maybe then it's at 1 o'clock. It's very possible. I'm going to exit to the title screen. I don't think there's anything out just yet. I have continue. I have new game plus, new game, load game, options, play credits. Yeah, here, I'll just shut my PlayStation off. It's likely coming around noon or 1, something like that. About now-ish. Yeah, now-ish, soon-ish, sometime today-ish. I support anyone who calls out the shenanigans at the Game Awards last year. I'm sure you understand as a fellow massive Kirby Air Riders fan. I'm such a big fan, I've never played it. That's how big of a Kirby Air Riders fan I am. That's how I like to roll. Did I add Gentle Killa? No, I didn't. Gentle Killa, I am so sorry I missed your resub. What'd you say? Morning Lono, I'm home on paternity leave. Had our second daughter a week ago. Girl dad. Girl dads are the best dads, bro. Let's get you added to the total. 46. A $5 super chat from Sora says, I want to discuss about how we discuss these hands-on. Wait. I want to discuss how we about. I know I'm not the best reader, but I do have a particular pet peeve about like lack of punctuation, okay? Want to discuss, how about we discuss with these hands? 1v1 me, bro, joking, love the content, keep it up, watching while I work. Okay, well, work on punctuation, okay, Sora? Jiminy Christmas. I am not a very good reader on the fly. You've got to help me, okay? Jiminy Christmas. Take no notice of this person. He's a blend. Is someone in chat saying something? Are we cool, by the way, if I came across as a smooth brain? No, I just gave you a little guff. You were questioning why a streamer would buy a game day one. Nice Baru emotes, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. You were like, why would you buy a game day one? Like, trying to indicate that, like, I'm somehow being inconsistent. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm a streamer. We buy the games day one and show them to you. That's, like, part of the deal. You know what I'm saying? You said that, and I had some folks over here on YouTube being instigators, and I was getting riled up. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, I'll give you one guess why I would buy it. Bro got too excited. Yeah, I got a little wound up in the show, but I'm irritated. Let me explain why I'm irritated. If this was just some random game I cared nothing about, I wouldn't be passionate. This was one of the games I was looking forward to, and my hackles are raised. I'm like, great. Another game that's going to be super disappointing, right? A $2 super chat from Sora says, I understand. I've got the IQ of a goldfish. My bad. You're good. You're good, man. I love you. Why do you talk about gaming so much? Like, no, but it is. It's one of the ones I was looking forward to. If this was like some offshoot, like turn-based JRPG or something, I would obviously like warn you guys periodically when it comes up. But I wouldn't be like irritated. I'm irritated because let's just go through the timeline here of Crimson Desert, okay? Let's just go through the timeline. I have been saying that something felt off about this game from moment one. If there's something you guys know, I've got a decent nose for this type of thing, okay? I can kind of smell when something doesn't smell right, all right? And something's off with Crimson Desert. From the very beginning, I have said this seems too good to be true. Go back. The first couple of times we watched footage, I was like, I don't know, y'all. There's too many NPCs going on. The density of NPCs and the lighting and the shadows and the fidelity, it just smelled funny to me. From the very beginning, it smelled funny. To the point that one time I said, this game is not real. I was joking. I wasn't literally saying it was like the day before, because that was like a total fake game. I wasn't saying that. To the point that, like, you know, there's people that don't like me, so they ran with that. They ran to Reddit, and they're like, yeah, there's a streamer that says it's not a real game. And it was like, I really pray for the people around you if that's the level of intelligence. Like, if they actually thought I was being serious when I laughed and said, this game is not real. Like, if they thought I was being serious, I really hope that they're not responsible for anybody's well-being outside of their own. Even then, I call that into question. But, like, I think they were just doing it to be a hater. But again, it was like, that was another time. That was like the third or fourth time I tried to draw attention to the fact that, like, something about this game doesn't smell right. Something is weird here. We don't know what the game will be like yet, but what's reliable about Pearl Abyss is that they'll consistently release updates, and they do so very quickly. Korean game companies are good at that. Listen, I appreciate you saying that, because that at least means, maybe it'll take 6 months, but at least they can get better shape. Unlike what they did with Jedi Survivor, that's not a Korean company, but like that's a game that never really truly got fixed on PC. Hopefully they can get this thing running to, a good place on console if it doesn't launch in the best state. You know what this reminds me of? Chrono Odyssey. What happened to that game? Chrono Odyssey. Wasn't that supposed to be like... Was that an MMO or something? Chrono Odyssey. It was. To be announced. MMO open world RPG. Yeah, what happened to this? It's still just release date to be announced. Oh, they did a developer note on January 28th of this year. They're making improvements to combat. So they're still working on it. I just checked their Steam page. Yeah. I remember that one. I was like, isn't this one that kind of looks like BDO? I thought it did. Yeah, it's... This looks ambitious, I'll just say that. Anyways. Jedi Survivor runs great for me now. Launch was rough. I thought something was wrong with my 6700 XT. I've had people say that it's still just not in good shape. I've had people say that. I mean, listen, for the longest time when we've looked at this footage, I've thought, man, oh man, this game's going to be so demanding. It's going to be absolutely insane. And that's always been my question. Like, how are they going to get this to run well on the base level consoles? Or, as well as the Pro. Monster Hunter Wilds took forever to get good in a good state on PC, and now it's what the game should have been at launch. It's just unfortunate that's even a thing. That's why I'm so surprised people give me pushback on this. I'm like, if you guys don't pre-order this, and they do the due diligence, and they do the work, and they fix it all, and then you buy it in 4 months, you potentially save money. Maybe it'll be discounted by then. Or you just dodge all that frustration and can play something else in the meantime. Derek says, I can't be the only person to see all the crazy foliage in Crimson Desert footage. Every single plant is vibrating constantly. When I showed this to Madam on a Saturday night, if you guys don't know, when we hit the member goal, we do a stream with Madam on Saturday nights. And she, that was the first thing she pointed out. She was like, why is there constant high winds in the game? She's like, what is going on? It was like every single time, like their hair, the plants, the trees, it's like the wind is always blowing. Yeah. Which, to be fair, it's pretty windy when you're in desert areas because it's just flat. So there's nothing really to stop the wind at all. Why are you so certain that it'll be broken? I don't think I ever uttered the word broken. I'm certain that it won't run very well on console, because if it does run well on console, they would have shown us by now. Like, I've not once said that it'll be broken. What else are we supposed to conclude when they won't show us the game on console? I think we should wait for Digital Foundry coverage before we say that Crimson Desert will be broken on console. I don't think I've used those words. So, I mean, I agree. We should wait for Digital Foundry's coverage. You know what's interesting about Digital Foundry's coverage? It will likely not be available until the game is released. We keep hearing the phrase at launch, at launch. They told Fighting Cowboy at launch. Richard Ledbetter said at launch. John Linneman said at launch. That doesn't mean that the consumer can be informed prior to launch date. Black Hokage said he had trouble with some of the enemies attacking. I have definitely got the impression from this that like it can be a pretty challenging game. I've definitely gotten that impression from people. So it says like if it ran well on console and they showed it, it would be a huge PR boost. That's what I've said many, many times. As I reflected on their answer that they gave Fighting Cowboy, I said, wait a minute, this answer's BS. You guys had no problem showing footage to console users that they're not going to experience. They're not, you know what I mean? Oh, the enemies were not attacking. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. Like they were kind of glitching maybe. Be honest, Lono, do you have an I was wrong, I was right monologue ready to rip? No, Noberto, I don't write both. I've not written either. I've not written either. If you guys are just tuning in looking for information about Crimson Desert, Digital Foundry has confirmed what Fighting Cowboy said. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like good news to me because they weren't like, oh, we're going to be able to drop that with the reviews, or oh, we're going to be able to drop that a day or two early. It is, we'll have that for you at launch. It also didn't sound like it was going to be exhaustive, like an actual full-on review. It sounded like it was going to be like a very quick video that they're going to try to put together, which again tells me there's something funny going on. It's like, I wonder if they have a different embargo date for console so it doesn't have as much priority. I want you to think about this from a business perspective, okay? Think about this from a business perspective. If Digital Foundry is given PC access and they can have all their videos land when the embargo drops, which means that's the peak of relevancy, that's the peak click rate time, they're going to prioritize that over the console footage, because if the console footage has a different embargo date for like the day of the game's release, that's not going to be as in demand and not get as much attention from them because that's not their priority. Their priority will be all the other videos they try to make, so have those ready day one. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not faulting Digital Foundry, but I think the way that they talked about it and the way that they phrased it has kind of betrayed the reality. It's like, I don't even know if they're going to be able to release the console footage coverage that they're making before the game releases. I feel like they would have said something. PC footage, but the enemies on the footage were not attacking, they were just standing. I mean, it's a very, very big game with a lot of NPC density, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if there's going to be instances where the NPCs or the enemies kind of act stupid. I'm not too concerned about that. Sometimes that's just open world jank. That's going to happen when you have a massive, open world experience. Our console footage is gorgeous and awesome, but it goes to another school, so you wouldn't know her. That's good. That's good, Bumble Pants. Oh, wow. Fatal Frame in 2 days. Review embargo looks like it dropped on Fatal Frame. I think it's landing in the mid-70s. That's not terrible, but it's a really strong year, so that might be, maybe go read some reviews to make sure you don't buy something that's disappointing for you. I'm not at all indicating that that's a bad score, but we've got much, much stronger scores going on right now. Forgot Fatal Frame. Yeah, I think the review embargo dropped today for it. Digital Foundry should have begged off. This is going to blow up if it turns out that the console runs like crap. Well, but Digital Foundry can come out of this smelling like roses. They can be the one company that gives the console footage breakdown and says, listen, it ain't running very well. Like, I'm imagining it's not going to run very well. And so if they're the ones out there saying it and they help people, day of launch and after make an educated decision, then the hope would be that you end up basically saving some people, right? Not every single person's going to pre-order, and not every single person's going to buy this thing moment one, day one. So there's certainly the opportunity for even their video to be seen as helpful. Like, it's not as if every single person that's going to buy the game is going to buy the game before launch. So even then, the Digital Foundry footage, I think, can help people. It'll be a bad look if they have different embargo date for console. I thought Digital Foundry was saying they have a lot of work and they'll try to get the console review out by embargo date. That's not what they said in the video. If there's another section of the video where they spoke to it, CT Fire, I watched it just yesterday. And Richard Ledbetter said that they're going to have the footage available at launch. That's what he said. And he even phrased it in a way where it wouldn't be a full review. I mean, you know what? Let's just pull it up and listen to it right now, since that's what we're debating. Let me let Richard Ledbetter talk for himself. Because it is, I'm telling you, Digital Foundry Crimson Desert is literally a predictive search term. It's literally a predictive search term right now. All right, hang on. I gotta get my headphones on. Okay. All right, here we go.
On that. That's all I've got to say about that. But with that, let's move on. Okay, so to round off the directs, typically we talk about content that we've produced. For this one, we're going to be talking about content we haven't produced yet. And it's really interesting because last week we put out a video showing Crimson Desert running on ultra settings on PC on a Radeon 7900 XTX. And the game actually scales higher than that. But the point is, with that particular class of GPU, you could run 4K native at 60 frames per second, showcased all of these amazing features in it. Everyone online seems to be particularly caught up with the fact that there hasn't been a lot shown of the console version of the game. And I guess a lot of people have, I don't know, some sort of gaming level PTSD about Cyberpunk 2077, where we didn't actually see much of the console build pre-launch. It launched and it wasn't particularly great. Similar accusations have been sent toward.
It wasn't particularly great. Spoken in like true, like a true British like downplay. It wasn't particularly great.
It's Pearl Abyss. However, we've got an interview here from Fighting Cowboys Preview, where he's saying, I did ask about console performance since all the footage, including my own up until now, has been on PC. And the answer I got from them was actually quite respectable. They said, quote unquote, regardless of what we say, people probably won't believe us. Fair point. So instead, we're sending the game to Digital Foundry and now have a full analysis of performance across all the platforms at launch.
There's that phrase, at launch.
So I guess that is a pretty respectable response.
I don't agree that it's a respectable response at all. Initially, I thought so, but upon further analysis and reflection, I think it's a terrible answer.
We will be looking at Crimson Desert. We'll try to get something out at launch, regardless of what.
Now I didn't even catch that, and I'm catching it this time. We'll try to have something at launch. Like, it doesn't even sound like it's a priority. Again, it sounds to me like they've been given PC access. That's going to be their prime focus because that's probably the one that's going to hit review embargo. That's their priority. Digital Foundry is a business like anybody else that's doing this, and that probably is taking priority because that embargo date's far more important for relevancy, for clicks, for ad revenue, for all of it. So he's saying, we'll try to. I'm telling you, that's not... I like Richard Ledbetter, so I'm not calling him out at all. I'm saying that's not a firm commitment because it's probably not on the top of their pecking order because he's literally saying, oh, yeah, we'll try to. I don't think it's their priority. I think their priority is the review embargo for the PC footage that they've been granted access to. Let people not believe. We see WAP footage, but we can see a new game on PSE. Well, that's what I don't understand. This is why their answer is not respectable, not Digital Foundry. Pearl Abyss's answer is not respectable because you've willingly shown PC footage 3 different times, but you won't show us console footage because it's too good to be true. Like, they say they'll try because it will probably get it last minute. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. They might not even have it yet. That's a really good point, AOZ. He might literally be saying, we'll try, because they don't have the dadgum game yet. They could be literally dealing with shenanigans of like, yeah, I mean, we're waiting for him to send us a game. Oliver and Alex seem to actively dislike the console in most reviews. I mean, I know Alex is definitely more like on the PC side of things, but I think they're fair in their assessments. I said you accepted their excuse at first, and you said you didn't. No, rewind the tapes. I said, because you said I was surprised you accepted it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I did for like a few minutes. Whenever I first heard what Fighting Cowboy said, I didn't have time to process it. I was like, yeah, I guess that sounds respectable. And then we kept watching, and then I was like, wait a minute, that's not respectable at all. Like it took a minute for it to dawn on me that that's a bogus answer. It's a totally bogus answer. The game has gone gold, no excuse. Yeah, Gavin, I've been saying that for a while. I'm like, your game goes gold and you can't show us the game? It doesn't make an ounce of sense. It really, really doesn't. I mean, again, I'm just going to keep coming back to there's the vibrating grass, all that wind. You know what's crazy about this footage? It looks sped up because of the grass. You know what I mean? It looks sped up. The grass is like vibrating. I don't have this playing at a higher speed, do I? Let me double check. No, playback speed is normal. It literally looks like it looks like it's vibrating. Gold means ready to sell. Yeah, when a game goes gold, it's ready to be put on the disc, basically. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to still do work. A lot of people have misunderstood that, like, go gold, and then there's day one patches, and they feel like day one patches are like a problem. Day one patches just mean the developer continued to work on the game to make sure it was the best possible version day one. Colin Moriarty says you need physical copies to verify rated by ESRB. Yeah, it means that there's a playable version of the game if it's been rated, for sure. You're right, in my opinion case. Crimson Desert, smartest move. A lot of gamers learn that lesson from launches like Cyberpunk 2077, Starfield, and No Man's Sky. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you. Alex has shader struggle when it comes to consoles. Yeah, we don't need to make this about Digital Foundry. I like Digital Foundry. I respect the boys over there. I think they do good work, okay? That doesn't mean they're always 100% right and 100%, absent of any bias. Like, they're human beings. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the phrasing that Richard Ledbetter will try to have something for you at launch. Do you know what that means? Everybody keeps running around saying, we're going to see Crimson Desert console footage before launch. We actually don't have that assurance from anyone. Nobody has given us that assurance. I'm telling you, they're playing games, dude. They're playing games. Even the answer on Twitter, Will Powers said, we'll reveal things ahead of time. I don't even know what reveal things means. That could be a blog post. That could be a tweet that says, here's our targeted performance for Series X and PS5. Here's targeted performance for the PS5 Pro. That could be quote-unquote revealing things. Plenty of games have done that. Plenty of games have pushed out like a post or an article or an interview like about what they're aiming for performance-wise. John Always with 54 months in a VIP. We're not even to 50 yet, boys. We need to end the day at 200 to be on pace if you want to unlock the Saturday stream with my wife. So double check that you're doing your renewals like John Always just did. He says, the dev has defaulted to Digital Foundry to show us console. I'm worried Digital Foundry are going to be conspiracy theoried into this mess if console launches poorly. I don't think Digital Foundry gets roped in at all. Digital Foundry's been honest and forthright. Richard Ledbetter told us, we'll try to have something for you at launch. It's not on them. It's not their responsibility to make sure we see console footage of this game. It's the developer's responsibility. If that is hinted at by anybody, if that's hinted at by Pearl Abyss or Will Powers or anybody else, I absolutely reject that notion. It is not Digital Foundry's responsibility to make sure people see this game on console before launch. I know that's not what you're saying, but if people try to say that, that's the most ridiculous thing. I will strongly reject that notion. I think that's absurd if anybody claims that or says that. Digital Foundry has to balance this with the PC version as well as Death Stranding 2 on PC. Yeah, they're going to be busy. They are going to be busy, for sure. They don't have anything to hide. It's not their game. Yeah. My hope would be that at the very least, They can have something day one that is just super quick and generic, like, hey, we wanted to get this out as soon as possible. We did some frame pacing testing and some frame rate testing, and here's what we found, right? Just a first pass, you know. And a 5-bomb comes in from Neo Reaper and gets us to 50. I owe YouTube a member. They got the milestone. And remember, if you guys get it to 100 for your particular platform, I owe you a 5-bomb instead of just 4. So Twitch and YouTube, you can have your little contest, but you're going for the extra. Pretty sure Crimson Desert on PS5 is worth more clips. That'll be prioritized. Well, maybe. They might start looking at their own video. Excuse me. They might start looking at their own video and saying, listen, man, a lot of people are looking for Crimson Desert on the PlayStation 5. It's like the #1 search term for the game. When I've got a short about this very thing, and it's kind of going off right now. Let me just show you the interest in console footage. Let me just show you what has happened. Because nobody can find it. Everybody's looking for it. They're like, wait, when's it coming out? When's it coming out? So I put out a short, Crimson Desert console gameplay update, right? I put this short out, I don't even know when. It was March 4th. So it's been up for 6 days. You see what the performance was like, right? For 2 whole days, and then it went up, right? And then it was up for 4 days, and then look at this. Look at this roller coaster uptick. This right here is a representation of the fact that people are like, hey, where the heck is the console footage? Most of what we're getting is from browse. You see how 88%? What this means is, and you can see the bar here, you can see the representation, right, just in the last 48 hours, okay? What this means is this is showing up on people's homepages because you're interested in Crimson Desert and you've been looking for console footage. So it's starting to get suggested to people and put on their homepages. The glorious ad revenue of shorts, too. $1.10 for 12,000 views. Oh, never change, YouTube. Anyways, yeah, that right there represents organic interest from the public. People are like, hey, where's the console footage? What's going on here? Like, we would like to know what's happening. The concern would be that Richard Ledbetter just said they're going to try. They're going to try. So that's not a guarantee that they're going to have it. That's not a guarantee that they're going to be able to get it done and get it out in a timely fashion. That's concerning for anybody who's wanting to get this game. Making the big bucks. That's right. The PS5 Pro footage last September is the last console footage. Right, and it's... Let me just show you, and this is just a mistake that a lot of people are making, okay? This is a mistake that a lot of people are making. It's called... The name of the trailer is the Crimson Desert... Okay, sorry about that. I need to clear my throat. Goodness gracious. Crimson Desert release date trailer. All right. So it's right here. Okay. And there's a real handsome guy down here in the search results. He's coughing. But anyway, 1:47. Okay. 1:47. Super short. I want you to watch this trailer. This is being touted as, oh, that's PS5 Pro footage. Hang on. Let's turn off closed captions. Let's turn off that. I want you just to watch this trailer. See if you can spot when you get like an actual look at gameplay. See if you can find it. This is why we use the Steam refund policy. I mean, this is why I've said that console users need to be able to refund as easily as they purchase the game. I mean it. I think that okay. I think we need to be able to be protected. I think the government should step in and say digital purchases should be refundable as easily as they were purchasable. I believe that. I think that's how it should operate. I think, however, the ease with which you purchase something should be the ease with which you return it. I firmly believe that. None of this is like actual gameplay. It's all chopped up. I remember when you could buy a chupa for 5p. I'm so old, that's 10 cents actually. Man, oh man. That's it. That's the only thing we have that is boasting that it was captured on a PS5 Pro. That's it. 1 minute and 47. It's highly edited. It is 100% like, it's just a hype trailer. And listen, that's fine. Like, it's totally fine to have hype trailers. There's nothing wrong with hype trailers. I don't have any problem with that. But if that's all you have, then don't be out here telling people, oh yeah, there's PS5 footage out there. That's not PS5 footage. This is what they've been using to sell the game. This footage here. Like, this is meant to sell you on the idea of, like, the gameplay. That's why I moved to PC. I actually think that's a compelling reason to game on PC, the refund policy. I think that's actually a reason to game on PC. The refund policy is excellent. I've never been told no when I try to return something. I know people that have gone past the 2-hour mark and they still get their money back. I think if you did it too many times, like if you tried to return something too many times past the 2-hour mark, you would probably get, told no. But I know plenty of people that have done that. The Steam refund policy has made me buy far more games just to try them out than I would otherwise. Yeah, exactly. I totally get, like, not wanting to pay all those credit card fees, which is why I would accept store credit. If I bought a $70 game and didn't like it, and I returned it on my PlayStation, and you gave me $70 in store credit, that's totally fine. I'm going to spend the money in your store anyway. It doesn't matter to me. I would just shove it at the next game. Did you get a chance to play Requiem? I rolled credits last night. Absolutely excellent game. I've got some gripes. There were a couple sections that I feel like were a little awkward. I had a section where it was like a flashback and it was glitching. Like, NPCs were supposed to despawn and they weren't. It was really weird. And a couple of the fights I thought could have been a little bit better. Other than that, I thought it was like a masterpiece. Are there demos on PC? Yes, you will more often find yourself being able to play a demo on PC versus console. Yes. Yep. Demos are very common on PC. Early access is very common on PC. PC is a really, really good marketplace to game on. It is. Common Eye in the chat? Who are you talking about? 8 days ago? Yeah. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I think PlayStation has an option. Microsoft doesn't either. But I don't. But I have to. I have got a refund from them. Yeah. Some people have gotten refunds from console. Yeah. Some people have gotten successful refunds on console. Lightleap says, we're not playing the new banger from Bungie. Shut up, Lightleap. I will circle back. I'm continuing to watch that game. I've got a video on the channel right now about how I think they could improve where they are right now. Because it's rough. People can deny it all they want. We'll see. NPC density is much higher in Crimson Desert compared to Ghost of Yotei and Ghost of Tsushima. Think about NPC density in Ghost of Yotei or Ghost of Tsushima and tell me it can work for Crimson Desert. I'm not sure what you're saying, GoPodge. Are you agreeing with us that it's like really extreme in Crimson Desert, or are you saying that they were able to do it in Ghost of Yotei and Ghost of Tsushima? You know what I mean? It does have more positive, but I will say the few negatives kind of bother me quite a bit. I mean, there were a couple things near the end where it just, the fights felt awkward, and I survived it. I didn't die. I had so many heals, but there was a couple of times I'm like, this is just kind of awkward. Like, I don't know. I definitely was getting kind of stun locked in one of the fights, and it was just like, and then the second half of the fight was amazing. So it was just like, it's just some oddities. I didn't even die. I didn't fail. It was just like, it didn't feel like, it just didn't feel great in a couple of spots. And I didn't die. It just had like an awkwardness to it. It's about the same as Where Winds Meet density-wise. I haven't seen Where Winds Meet scenes where there's like 20 or 30 NPCs on the screen. I've definitely seen that in this game. Bungie is doing the Han Solo reactor core scene. We're fine. Everything's fine down here. Yeah, we're not talking about that today. We're not. It'll consume the entire show. I know it's not the same engine, but the Black Desert Next Gen upgrade was very choppy on the PS5 Pro. It doesn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me at all. Like it's, you know, I'm seeing a lot of evidence here of like they can do really good work, you know, going kind of crazy on PC. I see no evidence that they're doing good work on console because they won't show us. Does it seem like a challenging game? According to the previews, Crimson Desert gameplay will be challenging. They are not going to hold your hand. They are not going to hold your hand. It is going to be a tough game. I don't think that's a problem, but I definitely think you need to know. It's not going to hold your hand. There's a super big lack of tutorials. A couple of people were even saying that, like, it can be a little awkward with the controls. It sounded like you're doing a lot. It sounded like you're doing a lot in the game. There's a lot to manage, which is cool because it sounded like once you sort of get into a lane with the combat, it's awesome. But they said that it can be a little awkward initially. I think it was Jor Raptor. Maybe it was Jor, somebody else. A couple of people talked about like there was an early boss. It was like they were saying there's an early boss that's going to be a big skill check for people. You have to level up certain areas. Well, it sounded like you could definitely go and get really strong and come back to areas and you would like whoop the tar out of people. Is Crimson Desert the first game of the franchise or a sequel? It looks good, but I don't think I have the energy to put so many hours into one game anymore. I think it's like, is it in the BDO universe? I think it's a brand new story, but is it in the BDO universe? Crimson Desert in the BDO universe. Let's see. It's an upcoming open world. It's set in the same high fantasy universe as Black Desert Online. That's what AI is saying. AI could be wrong. But it seems like it is in the BDO. It's a prequel? Okay, we have someone in chat saying it's a prequel. Oh, here we go. It was originally planned as a prequel to Black Desert Online, and then it evolved into its own. It evolved into like a single player game, a standalone game. Yeah. That's what the wiki is saying. So it was originally planned to be a prequel. It's set in the open fictional world of Pywell, a medieval fantasy world affected by multiple conflicts of mysterious forces. So I'm assuming is Pywell in BDO? Yo, what's good, Eisen? I got to work on my backlog first before picking up any new games, for sure. Gamers are eating good. We don't have to settle for mediocre anymore. That's exactly right. If you don't like a game or you think it looks mid or mediocre, don't buy it. There's so many other games to play. Dr. Pimp with 37 months. Developers are definitely hiding something. Let me add you to the total. What's going on? There it goes. There's no reason to not have console footage available this close to launch. Glad to be here. I appreciate it. You always have to fact check the AI overview. Yeah, that's why I said, like, maybe you didn't hear me. I said that's according to AI, and AI could be wrong. So, I'm definitely a side quest kind of guy. I loved doing a bunch of side quests in Skyrim and coming back to the main quest to smack the crap out of people. Well, this is not an RPG. That's actually something that a lot of people didn't know. This is not an RPG. So you will not be able to just like over level. But it does sound like you'll get stronger though. That's the thing that's interesting. Like, you're not leveling up, but you are getting stronger. I'd say I'm not really worried about performance on the PS5 Pro. I actually kind of am worried about the performance on the PS5 Pro because PSSR 2 is very new, and they're boasting that they're going to be using it. And I'm like, hopefully you guys had enough time to do a good job, because that obviously could be a problem. I don't know. Like, we've been here before, right? We've been here before when people try to do things with PSSR and that first pass is not very good. Now, yes, PSSR 2 allegedly fixed some of those issues to make that less likely, but it doesn't mean it won't still happen. Like, that would be the concern, is that PSSR 2 is a fairly new update. It's not even available, like, as a global download. It's only baked into Resident Evil 9 right now. Excuse me. It's only baked into RE9. Like, you can't even turn it on globally on your console. Legends is out now? Okay, I'll get the update. We will be checking that out. We will be checking that out. Yeah, we're going to check out Ghost of Yotei Legends today. We are. It's hard to get your head around. Like, even AC is considered an RPG for many now. Well, I think when you have, like, an open world action game and someone says it's an open world action RPG, I just take that to mean that it has, like, some level of RPG elements. Like, I don't expect it to be an RPG like Baldur's Gate 3 or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Does that make sense? Like, I don't expect that. But I do think there are games where you call it an open world action RPG, and I know, yeah, it's probably just got some RPG elements in it. Like, gear is going to have a level, you're going to be leveling up, you're going to have skill trees that you're leveling up. That doesn't make it like a strict CRPG or a JRPG or whatever. But I do think that term gets fought over a lot because people have in their mind, like, an idea. They're like, well, this is what an RPG is. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Oh, don't call something an RPG then, like, if you don't want to. But when I hear somebody say it, I tend to know what they're communicating. It's like, you're communicating that this game is going to have some semblance of RPG elements in it. You know what I mean? So, in general, I think that's kind of how things go. Yeah, Paul, I don't need that in my chat right now. We don't need to bring that level of, like, polarization. We're just talking video games, bro. So many of the previews I've seen are calling it an RPG. Oh, I know. I picked up on that. I actually was going to talk about that, Eugene. When we watched the previews that day, there were so many people that were slipping up and calling it an RPG. They were 100% calling it one. I was like, all right. You know? It's like, I think people just slip into that because of, like, what it lets you do. You know what I mean? It's like, well, because it lets you do all these different things, people just slip into, like, it's an RPG. What time does Legends launch? Somebody told me it's available right now. Let me check. I got my PlayStation. I can switch inputs, and you guys can just keep watching the gameplay. We'll see. We will see what we can see. I don't have an update just yet. Let me force update. Nope. I don't have an update just yet. Not sure why somebody came to chat and said that. I'll open up the game and we'll double check here. It has so many RPG elements that it's an RPG in my opinion, says Eugene. Skill trees don't make something an RPG. as long as the consumer knows what they're getting, if you want to call it an RPG, go ahead. Yeah, I don't have an update yet for Ghost. I don't have an update yet. Here, I'll just leave my PlayStation on. Someone's trying to bait. I don't think so. It looked like a long-standing member that said it. If you guys are watching on YouTube, do me a quick favor and hit the like button. Try to get us to 300 likes. We're super close to 300 likes. We've only been streaming for about an hour and a half. You guys are crushing it on the like count. Thank you very much. I don't think GTA 6 will come out this year. I think PlayStation coming out and announcing that, let's see. What is this one? Yeah. I think PlayStation announcing the release date for Wolverine is proof that it is coming out this year. I think they got off the phone with Rockstar planning the marketing, because I think PlayStation and Rockstar are working on the marketing together. And I think they were working on the marketing, and it was like, okay, they're going to hit the date. And so they picked the date for Wolverine. I think the Wolverine release date announcement was the strongest indication we've got so far that the GTA 6 is actually going to hit its date. The game seems like an Assassin's Creed Elden Ring type game, which is unironically two of the most popular RPGs right now. Well, the thing about this game that's interesting to me is that it started out as like an open world MMO RPG. So a lot of those RPG elements are still present in the game. And yet people are like, but it's not an RPG. And it's like, but so many of those elements are still there. You know what I mean? Like your skill tree, your farming, your settlement. You know what I mean? Assassin's Creed and RPG. Again, a lot of people consider it that simply because of what it lets them do. Not every gamer is that stringent on the definition of the word. They don't care. They're not like, oh, it's not though. They're just like, yeah, I level up, my loot levels up. There's loot that I can use that have different builds and different skills and different abilities, and I've got a skill tree, and people are like, yeah, that's an RPG. Is it official that Yotei isn't coming to PC? I was talking to my brother, and I didn't know if it was official. I don't know if PlayStation's going to officially speak to it. Right? Like, I don't know if they're going to officially speak to it in a shareholders call. They may never address it. They may just stop doing it. I don't know why are you guys posting that account in our Discord? I'm pretty sure that's an account that consistently posts stuff that's not accurate about Xbox. Am I wrong? I feel like I recognize that account. I don't know if that's an accurate image. Like, help me out here. I feel like that's one of those like propagandistic accounts. I'm literally asking because that's the second time it's been posted in our Discord, and I'm like, I don't know if this is accurate information. Lona, are you grabbing Crimson Desert? I usually don't play games like this. It's not a slide from GDC. They're making it seem like it's official from GDC, and it's not. Eugene says, yes, they are not a trusted account. Yes, I will be grabbing Crimson Desert. I want you guys to be able to watch me play it on the PS5 Pro the very minute it's available so that you guys can make an assessment. But YouTube ads are getting extremely annoying. I think I can lower their frequency. I could try that. That's the second time somebody's complained this week about it. It depends on how far along Yotei was. Jason Schreier from Bloomberg says that the Yotei coming to PC was officially scrapped. I don't know if he's ever reported on something like that and had completely false or not true info. Sony has to legally address the PC change with shareholders. They already talked to shareholders about why they're putting games on PC when asked them. Shareholders will ask again about the rumors. Oh, they have to answer a question if they're asked about it, Lennon. I don't know if they're going to broach the subject on their own. Like, they want to make things look good to the shareholders, right? Like, one of the last things they want to do is be like, yeah, we're not putting stuff on PC anymore because it underperformed. That's not a sign of strength to shareholders. So they might not broach the subject on their own. If they're asked, yeah, they have to say. Jason's a knob. I mean, I don't really care what your opinion of him is. I don't think he's ever published something on Bloomberg that was inaccurate. I don't think he's like, yeah, I heard this from multiple sources and it ended up being totally made up. I know people are suddenly like not wanting to trust him. They like trusting him when it's something that, you know, supports their pre-made view or their pre-thought view. But yeah, that's an account that said Starfield hype. Players are reportedly returning their PS5s at GameStop to get an Xbox ahead of September, it is claimed. Yeah, that's who you guys are putting in my Discord. Please. Like, that's like a fan, propagandistic fan account. We need to be better. We need to be a little bit better. They don't want to put their exclusive games on PC anymore because Xbox's new console's coming out. I don't think that was the primary factor. I think that's a factor, but I think that was like the final nail in the coffin. I think they were already considering stopping doing it. A 90 stream streak for Wired Rope. What's good, Rope? Went over stuff last night, and if C's is right about November cancellation change, that was the same time as the Steam Machine announcement. Right, like that might have been the tipping point. There's about to be branded stuff in the living room that can play our stuff. We don't want that. You know. Now, Schreier did not say what Seeds said, though. And no offense to Seeds, I'm going to go with Schreier. And Schreier said within the last couple of weeks the decision was made. He said in recent weeks. That's not November, it's March. Like, nobody says in recent weeks, and they're referring to like 5 months ago. So I don't think necessarily that the decision was that old. I think it was a decision that they were already broaching. Like, I could imagine they started talking about it in November because the Steam Machine really changed the landscape of the calculus. Like I said yesterday, there's a significant difference between a game running on a PS5 being compared against a PC because the PC's not branded. So PlayStation is still getting promoted in that video. As a brand, PlayStation's being promoted against this sort of faceless PC. But you start putting out comparison videos of Ghost of Yotei on the PlayStation 5 versus a Steam Machine. Well, now you have a branded piece of equipment. And I think that probably made PlayStation really change their calculus on it. I also don't think they were getting the results they wanted. They weren't getting the results they wanted. Insiders are narrowing down the release window of PSSR 2. End of March. PC was roughly 2% of PlayStation's total revenue. If you aren't going to go day and date, it's not worth porting and hurting the brand. Well, and going day and date would likely hurt the product. You know what I mean? Their studios aren't equipped to do parallel development right now. Yo, what's good, Captain? Other than Crimson Desert, I don't have much I'm super excited for. Ace Combat and He-Man and Light No Fire. What are your top 3 once? Top 3 once. I've already played Resident Evil 9, masterpiece, loved it. After that, my number 1 game this year coming is Saros, followed by Control Resonant, followed by Wolverine, followed by Phantom Blade Zero, followed by... I am interested in GTA 6. I'm not like hyped, but I'm like definitely interested to see like do they pull off all the tech in the open world, right? Yeah, Beast of Reincarnation, Pragmata, those all look good. There's so many good games. It's just unbelievable. Just a barrage. Capcom's cooking. Capcom's absolutely cooking this year. RE9, Monster Hunter Stories 3, Pragmata. They just announced DLC for RE9. And Capcom is just absolutely in the kitchen, just cooking up goods. They're just cooking up goods, man. E-Day. Yeah, Gears of War E-Day. I'm not like hyped for Gears of War E-Day. I'm not a big Gears guy. Like, I played a lot with my buddies back in the day. I'm just not on that hype train yet. I need to see some gameplay. The trailer was cool, but I'd like to see some gameplay. I could see Madam and I really enjoying Gears of War E-Day. We loved Space Marine 2 co-op. We really did. So I could see us enjoying Gears. Yeah. Did you get mad playing RE9? It was kicking your butt. I mean, I know there are people that have made content with it because that's what, that's what YouTube's going to do when you don't play perfectly. And nobody wants to admit that it's a glitchy encounter because, that would hurt the narrative of like, YouTuber bad at games. I didn't have any trouble with the game. I showed people footage of another section with a chainsaw and it was doing the same thing. It was like landing and not moving, and then it would start spinning. I genuinely think they do that to bait you. I think it's quite literally a troll, which is totally fine. But people were acting like it was obviously telegraphing what I was supposed to do, and it wasn't. There's also at least one instance in the footage that people were like making fun of me for where it wasn't moving, and it wouldn't let me pick it up, and then it teleported. They probably don't show that part. It hurts their false, dishonest narrative about me. And I had no problem with the game from that point on. There were a couple encounters that were a little funky. There's a counter where you're like getting in a gunfight with guys and like I literally couldn't see them and they were like perfectly shooting me. You could not see them. They were like hiding behind boxes. It was just a little awkward. And then a boss fight at the end. The first half was real weird. I didn't die. I beat it first try. But the second half of the boss fight was amazing. Yeah, overall, I had a great time with it. I don't know. I think there's this weird meta now where, like, you watch somebody play and you know what to do, right? And then you watch somebody like me play and they'll slice it up and they'll show me messing up and they won't show all the instances of it, like, not working right or, again, once you know how to beat the encounter, you're looking at it through that lens. When it's your first time in the environment, I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, the entire point of the encounter is to make you kind of panic and make mistakes. Like, that's what it's designed to do. The biggest mistake I made in the chainsaw encounter that, like, everybody's coming to my channel and, like, calling me terrible names. Because that's what, like, mentally stable people do. They insult a stranger for not being good at a video game. That's, like, what mature, masculine men do with their time. Like, I did mess up. I was missing the parry. That was the first time I had to use the parry in the game. I hadn't had any practice. I hadn't done it. It's a little bit of a strange thing. The first one's really generous because they're teaching you how it works. Like, he swings the chainsaw and it's super generous. And after that, you've really got to time it well. By the time I got to the end, like the final boss, I was parrying like super easily. Like, I beat Sekiro. I mean, I'm not... I don't do gamer cred ego. I think that's stupid and immature. But, like, I beat Sekiro. It's on the channel. It's on the stream. Like, I beat most of the bosses in Sekiro in under an hour. Ishin took me 5 hours. That's a very respectable run through Sekiro. Like, I don't know. Selectively, finding clips in one instance where I was having a difficult time with a chainsaw, like, I don't know. I think it's just very pathetic energy. I don't really have any other word for it. Like, if somebody's really good at a video game or really bad at a video game, I don't take any... Like, it doesn't do anything for me to, like, rub it in their face or celebrate. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird energy coming from grown men. I got to the first save room. It took me a week to walk down that hallway out of fear. Well, and that's the whole point of the game. Like, I think people forget that I get really immersed. The reason I loved Resident Evil 7 is because I get immersed. I get spooked. Like, the sound messes with me. The lighting messes with me. Like, I'm there. I'm genuinely like, oh my gosh, what the frick do I do? I don't play it in, like, a mechanically rigid way. Like, well, what do I need to do? There's a light switch back there, and then I'm going to go left, and I'm going to, let me pull out the map. I get immersed. I get freaked out. And that's the whole point of the game. That's part of the enjoyment, is to be spooked and to panic and to mess up. Like, that's part of the fun. going through that game flawlessly your first time, I don't know. I don't think that would be nearly as fun. Like, part of the enjoyment is messing up and being like, oh my gosh, what the heck am I supposed to do, kind of a thing. You sort of get a feel for the game. People are terminally online. Yeah, I was literally just getting my footing. I've never played a Resident Evil as Leon at length. I tried Resident Evil 4 Remake, and I just didn't like it very much. It felt very clunky. It feels like you're kind of in a straitjacket. I still wasn't a huge fan of how Leon moves. He moves like on a pivot. It's like there's a pole going up the center of him, and it's like you're I don't know. It's like that that's how he turns. As much as I love the game, I still feel like he handles really odd. Like, it's just, I don't know. I think it's a classic Resident Evil trope to make you kind of, it's almost like you're running in place. Like, you move, but you kind of don't at the same time. Does that make sense? You come from a game with, like, third-person movement, like, Tsushima, Returnal, or, like, a Division. And you have this volitional ability to move. And in a Resident Evil, they really sort of ground you to that section. You're almost like running in place. And it just feels a little awkward. It's not that it's bad. I'm not being critical. It just feels very different. They released spec on X for Crimson Desert. Are you serious? Where? Console spec sheet. You guys ready for me to say it? I'm gonna say it. Can somebody get me the tweet? I'm scrolling right now. I don't see it. What did I tell you? What did I say when I read his tweet? What did I say, boys? I said that could be a tweet. They'll just post what they're aiming for. I literally can't find it. Search. What's their Twitter account? Is it just Crimson Desert? Behold. Things. Behold. I told you. We will reveal things before launch. Here are your things. Look at them and wonder. Sneaky Platypus, thank you for 11 months. Let me add it to the total. Unbelievable. All right, let's look what it says. PlayStation 5. Performance. 1080 resolution. 60 FPS with V-Sync or over 60 FPS with VRR. PlayStation 5 balance mode. Upscaled to 4K from 1280 FSR 3. At least they're using FSR 3 for crying out loud on the base console. FSR 1 was terrible in Final Fantasy 16. 40 FPS with VSync. Ray tracing is set to low. You can set ray tracing to high in their quality mode, upscaled 4K. It's going to upscale from 1440s using FSR 3. 30 FPS VSync, ray tracing high. PS5 Pro is going to have a performance mode upscaled from 1080 internal to 4K. They're going to use PSSR. They're going to give you 60 FPS. Ray tracing will be set to high. So this is a concern. If I can't turn ray tracing off in the performance mode on the Pro, obviously if they lock in 60 FPS, I don't care, but that's a concern that they're not. It doesn't even look like you're maybe able to turn that off. I'm not sure. PS5 Pro balance, they're going to upscale to 4K from 1440. It's going to be a 40 FPS and ray tracing high. What's with this 40 FPS thing? Since when is that a thing? Why are we doing 40 FPS? 48 plus FPS with VRR. And then the quality mode is just going to be straight up native 4K, no upscaling. 30 FPS VSync with ray tracing set to ultra. Series S is going to run the game at 720 with a 40 FPS VSync ray tracing off. So your Series S performance is not even 60, and it's running at 720. Dear Lord. Your quality mode is 1080-30 with ray tracing off. So no ray tracing at all in the Series S. That's kind of anticipated. They almost never get ray tracing. Series X has got a performance mode at 1080, 60, ray tracing low. So this is identical to base PS5. Series X balanced is also identical to the PS5. Series X quality mode is also identical to the PS5. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? They said, we will reveal things before launch. And I told you, I said, that doesn't mean we're going to get to see gameplay. The fine print says requires compatible display, a 120-240. So anytime you see this asterisk for like the 40 FPS VSync thing that they're doing, you need a 120 refresh rate and a compatible cable. And then the VRR compatible display and an HDMI 2.0 cable. Yeah, anytime you're going to use VRR, also that's the double asterisk. Where is this posted? On the Crimson Desert official Twitter account. Like, what? I'm buffering. What did I tell you? When he said, we will reveal things, I told people, I was like, that could mean anything. That could be a post. That could be a tweet. That could be saying, here's what we're going for. How many times have you seen a console specification sheet like this in the absence of gameplay? Like, it's almost never happened. Usually you see a sheet like this for PC. This is usually what you see for PC, which they have one for PC. They have Mac, they have ROG Ally. So PC, the minimum, if you're running a GeForce 1060, they're going to run it at 1080 upscaled from 900 30 FPS. So when they said min specs a 1060, I mean, they really meant it. They're recommending a 2080, which will do 1080 60 or 4K 30. If you have, like, here's my rig all the way on the right. I've got a 5070 Ti. I can run this 4K 60 Ultra. It's very detailed, though. Who cares? AC Shadows had one. Yeah, I think AC Shadows had one. It's not super common, but I feel like AC Shadows had a lot of available gameplay, did it not? Didn't AC Shadows have an incredible breakdown from Digital Foundry, like, before the game came out? Like, I feel like Digital Foundry had a video that was like a really, really good deep dive into how ray tracing GI was working on the PS5 Pro. We had really, really good info and footage about AC Shadows ahead of launch. I swear we did. Okay, so at this point, the question now is, you've told us what your target is. Where's the gameplay? Yeah, I retweeted. I said, look and behold, they have revealed things. I told you guys this morning, and people were telling me that, oh, no, he's not being vague. He's not being vague. That's him saying we're going to get gameplay. I'm like, no, that's not him saying you're going to get gameplay. That's him saying we're going to reveal things ahead of launch. They've just revealed things ahead of launch, and if this is their version of, like, now you can go pre-order the game, dude, no. I reject that. This is not adequate information to pre-order. It isn't. I soundly reject that. This is not adequate information. It isn't. I want to see gameplay footage, uncut footage on the console. Here, okay. I have no comment. I just want you to see what he is saying. He is saying, even ROG Ally. So I have no comment. I just want you guys to see this. Thanks for being the guinea pig. I've been prowling gaming stream platforms to wild copies of the PS5 version of Crimson Desert, and there are some out in the wild. You got to be very careful. There are YouTube channels that have re-uploaded PC footage, and they're claiming it's PS5 footage or PS5 Pro footage. You got to be very careful. There's some dishonest channels out there. There is no officially released PS5 or PS5 Pro or Xbox Series X footage anywhere. It's nowhere. Trust me on this. I have a Discord. I've got a community. We have actively been looking. It's not out there. If it was out there, then Will Powers would be promoting it and saying, hey, we gave console access to this outlet and this person here. There's video of gameplay footage out there, like 15 minutes of it. Nope. No, there is not. Unless someone broke Street Date, which I don't think so. There's over 30 minutes of footage on PC available right now. Over 30 minutes of footage. They uploaded 3 different trailers to the PlayStation YouTube channel. This is all PC footage. And I told you guys, people kept saying, oh, no. He said they're going to reveal. He said they're going to show gameplay before launch. I'm like, no, he did not. He did not say that word. He did not. He avoided saying that, I think, rather intentionally. He said, we will reveal things ahead of launch. They have certainly revealed things. They now have a spec sheet out for all platforms that it is hitting. A spec sheet is not a guarantee. It's a target. I've seen gameplay footage, probably not PS5, but it was gameplay. I've never debated that there's not available gameplay. I'm showing you gameplay right now, my friend. It has been that there is a lack of console gameplay. We were told that there is console gameplay, that there's PS5 Pro footage out there. No, there is not. There is a 1 minute and 47 second trailer, excuse me, that has been highly edited, and it shows no gameplay, like actual gameplay. It's just a bunch of in-engine stuff. Listen, I'm not trying to start some kind of controversy. I'm not. This was not a good idea. Because do you want to know what's going to happen? If they fail to release any console footage prior to release, a lot of people are going to come back around and say, hey man, you told us there was going to be console footage. And you can do all the obfuscation you want at that point and say, I actually never said that. I said we would reveal things, and I feel we revealed enough for people to make an informed decision. Nobody's going to want to hear that noise. I see I spoke before knowing the topic. You're totally fine. Listen, one of the reasons I get frustrated by this is because you just said things that were likely thoughts that you had because you've been given a false impression, and that frustrates me greatly. You didn't do anything wrong. You're not supposed to be Sherlock Holmes. You're just a consumer. That's all you're supposed to do is like watch trailers and buy. You shouldn't have to be Sherlock Holmes about a video game. You saw a bunch of trailers and a bunch of footage and just assumed, I mean, there's gameplay out there. What do you mean? Oh, I saw gameplay on the PlayStation channel. What are you talking about, man? And I get frustrated by that. Like, you were misinformed by omission. Such self-manufactured negative energy from Pearl Abyss. Well, do you want to know why they're doing this? I hate to be the bearer of bad news. The reason they're doing this is because it works. It works. You know what the average person's going to do? They're going to see an interview with Will Powers. They're going to see these trailers, and they've already pre-ordered. They're on the hype train. They're excited. It works. It's effective. It's a very effective way to market a game. And then, now to their credit, someone in chat said, Pearl Abyss is really good about fixing games as time goes on. Like, they were really good with Black Desert Online in that regard. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I hope they do that with this game. But as it stands right now, they're going to get a bunch of people to pre-order this game on console, and no one has a clue what it looks like on console right now. It seems like they're focusing on PC first. You know what's even more frustrating? I would be okay with them doing that. Release it on PC first and bring it to console 6 months later. I would be totally fine with that. I have no problem with that. I actually think that's a perfectly fine way to bring a game to the market. Prioritize one platform first. Get the game looking as amazing as possible. And then, polish it up and bring it to the other platforms. I have absolutely no problem with that at all. It doesn't bother me in the least bit. This idea, this is one of the reasons that I kind of wail on the idea that like multiplats are the future and, exclusives are archaic and anti-consumer. Do you want to know what is anti-consumer? Is releasing a game on all platforms and it's not ready for all those platforms. I think that's anti-consumer. And I think it's a very common practice. Wario shows the specs for consoles. I already retweeted it. I told you guys that's what they were going to do. I told you. This is not my first rodeo. When I read his tweet, I knew exactly what he was saying. He was saying, we're not going to show you gameplay before release. We're going to tell you performance targets before release. I knew it. It's like I've done this before. I've been here before. We've all been here before. Here, I'll show you. See? Just wait. Okay. Here's your console specifications. Like, well, if you guys are watching my show right now, I would recommend not refreshing or leaving. YouTube is having a bit of an issue on the back end. I can't get anything on the back end to work, which that can sometimes reflect itself in instability on the front end. The front end of YouTube seems fine, but the back end's a disaster right now. So if you're enjoying the show, I would not refresh or leave. Prepare for Cyberpunk 2.0. I mean, it's a bit of a misuse of the term. Cyberpunk 2.0 is when the game turned itself around. You're basically saying, prepare ourselves for another Cyberpunk. I understand what you're saying, but Cyberpunk 2.0 means something else. If studios would follow what you just said, Lono, a lot of games that failed in the past may have had a better chance to survive, but I think a big issue are the corporate suits. Yeah, they want to run the gamut of promote, market. Yeah, my mobile app, I can't even see my subtotal. So the back end of YouTube is absolutely having a conniption right now. So I would hold tight and not refresh. If you're enjoying the show and just want to keep watching, I wouldn't leave or do anything. Hit the like button. You guys can help us with our weekly goal. If you've never done a membership before on YouTube, consider clicking join. And consider clicking join, becoming a member. It's $5 a month. It supports me full time. And you get into our members only Discord. He's saying Cyberpunk release all over again, thus it's version 2. Yeah, I indicated that I understood him. I don't need it explained to me. What I'm saying is that Cyberpunk 2.0 refers to a particular moment in time where Cyberpunk had a 2.0 moment. So when you say Cyberpunk 2.0, it's a little conflating of it's a little conflating of the categories. He's saying Ghost of Yotei Legends is out now. I'll see if the update's available. Okay, I'll try to force it. No, I don't have an update yet. I think it comes out in like 30 minutes. A lot of being, well, actually, dishing out the Lono FOMO. That's right. Yeah, the Series S gameplay sounds like it's going to be pretty rough. Like 720, 30 FPS. That's frickin' rough, boys. Fire that up after the stream. I'm going to stream it. I've got a thumbnail and everything ready to go. I feel quite the opposite. The video's out there much more than the random crap. The world is massive. Your actions impact entire townsfolk. Over 70 bosses, tons of powers, upgrades. The world size is huge. I have a really hard time getting excited for a game if I feel like it's going to run really poorly, though. If you look at the performance specs on the table, most games only have 2 levels of performance and quality, but Crimson Desert has balance in the middle. The best thing about the performance that I'm seeing is that they're using FSR 3. At least they're not using FSR 1 like frickin' FSR 1 was like FF16 used. Like that was terrible. It was truly terrible. It didn't run very well at all. I don't know why no YouTuber interviews a Black Desert streamer. It is literally a reskin BDO. All mechanics have been copy and pasted. Why wasn't PSSR 2 mentioned? It mentions PSSR. I don't think you have to mention PSSR 2. It states that you're going to get a 4K performance mode. They're going to upscale from 1080 to 4K using PSSR. The one concern I have about the PS5 Pro version is you can't turn off ray tracing. It's just there in every mode. So, you know, that could be great. That could be concerning. PSSR 2 is PSSR? Not necessarily. Yeah, PSSR is on the spec sheet for the PS5 Pro. I'm fairly certain eventually you'll be able to force PSSR 2 on like every game, but not every game actually has to do anything with it. Does that make sense? Like an old game that already did stuff with PSSR, as far as we can tell, you're going to be able to just bump that to PSSR 2. That's going to be an update in the back end of your PlayStation. But it's also going to be something that they can tap into and specifically do themselves. It's mentioned in the PS blog. Yes, they mentioned it in the PlayStation blog. Like, they spoke to the folks at PlayStation and basically told them, yeah, you'll be able to use PSSR 2.0. It could be a major problem for certain areas like we've seen in other games, for sure. The Lego Batman game comes out in 80 days. That seems so far away. I'll say this as Adam. The blowback on Will Powers if Crimson Desert runs like butt will be hilarious. Well, and that's why I said I don't think it's a good plan. I don't think it's a good plan to keep doing this idea that, like, we've been transparent and we've answered questions and blah, blah, blah. If it comes out and it runs poorly, everybody's going to come for your head, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if I was him, I'd have been like, you know what? We're going to do our best to give you, the best product we can at launch. And, if there are any issues at launch, we're committed to fixing those issues as well. Like, obviously, they don't want him saying stuff like that, but But at least then people would have the expectation, like, there might be rough edges at launch, but they're committed to fixing those rough edges. Will Powers is a newly hired marketing executive. Who do you trust, Black Desert players or a marketing guy? I'm predicting the game will be a 7 out of 10. Amongst everyone's hate, I hope the game launches and genuinely runs fine. I think if there's a word that's being misused and overused, it's the word hate. Like, I'm growing fatigued with that word. I really, really am. It's like how people are calling everything woke. It's like we've reached a new saturation point with a word. It's like everything is now hate. I don't think anybody in here was hating. I'm not hating. I'm asking for information for the consumer. Excuse me. Like calling foul on misleading marketing is not hate. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anybody in here is hating. I have not yet said anything that I think is unfair. I feel like I've been more than fair to this game. Like we're running into this a lot now, I feel. We don't need to be unkind to the guy that said it. He might not be talking about us. I just feel like that word's getting used too often. How do you feel about the sheer numbers inside the game? Well, there's a couple of things about the sheer numbers inside the game, okay? There's a handful of things to think about. Number one, I do think it's gonna make a lot of the pieces and parts feel somewhat diluted. And at some level, like, I worry that it'll feel like Master of None, the game. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like the combat looks the most thoughtful and the most fleshed out, but even that, people said, can be kind of awkward and the controls can be kind of janky, which again would be Master of None territory. It's like you built this super deep, broad combat system, but you didn't take the time to finesse it so that the controls and the execution feel good. It feels like it's like a super, like, rough around the edges game where you've really got to kind of learn, you know, in a way that's not a learning curve, but in a way that's like you're almost dancing with somebody with two left feet and you learn to dance with them. It's not that they become a good dancer. It's that you become good in spite of their awkwardness. Does that make sense? Like, you ever played a game where, like, you get good at it, but you're getting good in spite of the awkwardness? So, like, I feel like that's where this game's going to land based on everything I've heard, is that you can definitely get good at the combat, but it feels like the combat has an awkwardness to it. I try to be patient and watch others play. Understand what you mean about gameplay on consoles. Got a refund for Marathon because it released on Xbox, watching others play it. Oh, before it released on Xbox. Yeah, that was a good call. They're selling us a flashy 10 out of 10 trailer, but showing us 5 out of 10 level spec sheets. Imagine the truth is somewhere in the middle. Not hate, just cautious. Correct. The issue isn't even the game, says Diamond Dog. It's more so the marketing response. Complaining about concerns, leaving any potential blowback to a YouTube channel. Sorry, but it's so weird. Diamond Dog, I think what you have said is just right on the money. It's right on the money. Like, bristling at the fact that like people are asking the question over and over again. I do not understand that at all. I don't. I ended up picking up Marathon for PC and Xbox so far. I'm really enjoying the game, but I'm only a few runs in. You see this? Yes, it's exactly what I said was going to happen. I've developed an uncanny ability to predict the future. I told you guys this morning. My opening monologue is aging like a fine wine just a mere few hours later. I said, when he said we will reveal things before launch, he doesn't specify gameplay. Reveal things, what did I say? It could be a tweet or a blog post talking about target specs. And that's literally what they did. Like, why are people doubting? Just play the previous version. Amazing combat, terrible storytelling, but great sandbox. We've been told they made significant revisions and updates to the engine. It's also not an MMORPG. It's a single-player game. So I'm not sure why you continue to bang on that drum. I mean, nobody's going to go play BDO and have the same experience as what this game has offered. There are people who played BDO and went to the preview event, and they don't agree with you. They're not like, yeah, it's basically the exact same game. I feel like you're being the opposite of the hype machine. The hype machine is being very much like obfuscating and not really being like fully representative, and you're doing the same thing in the other direction. Does that make sense? Like it's not that it's just BDO all over again. That's not true. I think that's not accurate and not representing the product in a fair way. Black Desert had pretty nice combat. Lono is an X-Men. I am. Wired Rope drops a 5 bomb on the channel over there on purple and gets us to 59. We've had a slow start to the week. If you guys have never done a membership before on YouTube, or if you have a Twitch Prime you want to use on me, it helps us hit the total. It supports me doing this full time, and it helps unlock a Saturday stream where my wife reacts to gaming news. We can make the stretch goal this week. Her and I playing Ghost of Yotei Legends together. It's a completely different dev team from BDO. I'm being realistic. Luke Stevens already confirmed it plays exactly like BDO. BDO is a single-player MMO since everything is made for solo players. I don't feel like I've heard Luke Stevens say what you just said he said. I don't know if you're being fair to his summary. Yeah, I saw that, Fuzzy. Oh, just wait. Just wait. The video I'm going to make about that is going to be biblical. I can't wait to make that video. Marathon player count watching is unemployed behavior, says Overwatch dev. Yeah. Gaming press loves to run, headlines about player counts of games based on Steam charts, but all of a sudden it's like the unforgivable sin to look at Steam charts. Ginger comes in with the 5 bomb for YouTube and gets us to 64. Thank you so much, Ginger. It's a single-player MMO. Yeah, I don't understand what that sentence even means. The PsyOps I'm seeing run for marathons, the worst I've seen in 44 years. Access journalism has cranked its stupidity up to level 10. It plays like an overly complicated MMO that doesn't tell you anything and you have to look up a guide. Latest Luke YouTube short. Okay, but is that him saying it plays exactly like Black Desert Online? That sounds like different from what you said he said. It is. I think it's funny to launch a live service game and then when people watch the player count, labeling it as unemployed behavior. I find that to be hysterical, given how many people are now unemployed because they couldn't get their player counts high enough. Maybe that's the unemployed behavior. The energy around that game is it's so freaking weird. It's so freaking weird. It's access journalism is all it is. You have all of these companies and these outlets and these YouTubers being like, leave this multi-million-dollar corporation alone, you mean people looking at Steam charts on Twitter. Who the frick cares? Like the mean people on Twitter are screenshotting the Steam charts. Grab a box of tissues and shut the frick up. You launched a live service game. That's what people are going to do. We've been doing it for the last decade, and now all of a sudden it's a problem? How many of these outlets run headlines that say such and such game has lost 77% of its user base, and they disingenuously use concurrent numbers on Steam charts to claim that? How many times have we talked about that? How many? I'm like, yeah, a concurrent player chart does not represent the entire player pool because you don't have MAU numbers. We've had this discussion before. The gaming press has had no problem running those headlines for years. Such and such game has lost 78% of its player base. And they use Steam charts to make that claim, which is dishonest and disingenuous because all Steam charts shows us is concurrent numbers. But suddenly, watching concurrent numbers to measure the health of a newly launched live service game is some kind of an unforgivable sin. Why? Because all these outlets don't want to go against Bungie. They have to label what people are doing as maidenless, unemployed behavior. The defense force for Bungie is some of the most embarrassing behavior I think I've seen from the gaming world. It's embarrassing. Why are we doing this? They launched a game at a time when there's giant question marks about the viability of live service games. That's been an ongoing conversation for years. And suddenly, we're not supposed to talk about it. We're not supposed to monitor it. It's been 1 week since the game has come out. And people are looking at the charts saying, boy, oh boy, this doesn't look like there's momentum in the market for this game. That's going to affect people's willingness to buy it and spend money in the microtransaction store because we've seen games do this and then they die. I am so hot about this. It's in the interest of the public for these outlets to actually report on this instead of doing this nonsense where they defend the game. Go back and look at all these outlets defending Highguard. It's a good game. They don't need high player counts. It's actually a fun game when the negative internet meanies aren't yapping in your ear and then the game's dead. So you want to convince people to keep playing a game and everything's fine and spend money in the game because why? Because you're beholden to Bungie? If the game's not doing well, it's okay to point that out. That's important for the consumer to know. The absolute abdication for consumer advocacy from the gaming press is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The fact that nobody's calling out Crimson Desert for zero console footage, yet asking for pre-orders. The fact that the gaming press is actively defending Bungie while the numbers look worryingly low. Why? Well, you don't want to lose your access. You don't want to be seen as toxic. No. Don't get blacklisted. You got to keep that access. What are we doing? To take up for the consumer should be properly informed about how a game is performing. It's a live service game. If it's not doing well, it's important for the consumer to know that. Do you want to spend money in a game that's going to be dead in 3 months? Do you want to spend money in a game that's not going to make it out of its first year? Putting Marathon and Highguard in the same sentence is not accurate. Misrepresentation of my position. I did not put Marathon and Highguard in the same sentence. What I'm saying is this is what we've been doing within the topic of live service. Within the topic of live service, the complete abdication of consumer advocacy, it's ridiculous. The same outlets that are going after people for looking at Steam charts for Marathon, they're the same outlets that ran defense for Highguard. That's the point that I'm making. I'm not saying that Highguard and Marathon are the same. That's a complete misrepresentation of the point that I was making. The same outlets that were like, Highguard's actually fun. It's a good game. They don't need high player numbers. Everybody calm down, like trying to calm the public down. It's the same outlets running defense force for Bungie and Marathon right the frick now. It's so stupid. It's like if the game isn't doing well, the public should be paying attention to that. It could determine whether or not you buy the game or spend money into the game. Where is the consumer advocacy from the gaming press? Like, where is it? Crimson Desert's about to come out. We still don't have console footage. And like nobody's talking about it. And you get called, you're being a hater. this weaponization of like this purity testing of like a person's character if they're being critical of something, it's absurd. Like, you're attacking anybody and labeling them as a hater and like maidenless unemployed energy if they're like monitoring the player charts in a live service game. What? Since when is this a problem? We've been doing this for 10 years. For the last 10 years that I have covered games like Destiny, what have we done every time a live service game has come out? We look at the player numbers. We look at the player numbers. It's like, well, how's it doing? We did this with Anthem. We did this with The Division. We did this with so many games. We looked at the player numbers. We looked at the feedback. We talked about viability. We talked about longevity. Can these games make it? And now, all of a sudden, it's the unforgivable sin. We're not supposed to do it or talk about it. Our precious Bungie launched a game that isn't doing very well. So quick, everybody get out there and run defense for them. Quit being mean and toxic and posting Steam chart images. Good Lord, where have we landed as a gaming populace when Steam charts are so upsetting? Golly. These are people that played in Call of Duty lobbies and heard 18 slurs per second. And all of a sudden, we can't see a Steam chart? It's like rattling to us? Get over it and go play your game. The rest of us are talking about the viability of the latest live service game because it's been an ongoing conversation within the gaming public. It's not a new topic. It isn't. Siege Master with a gifted gets us to 65. Public hate has been abnormally high for something like Marathon, though. It's so close to high guard. And it's like the public is still on a hate high from it. I'll tell you what it is. Marathon's timing is unfortunate because I think people are hitting a fatigue with live service shooters that feel derivative and uninspired, okay? So it's not Concord 3. It isn't. But the reason it's being called Concord 3 is just really unfortunate timing. The public is hitting a fatigue point with these games. It's like, just look at Marathon on paper. It's not a very substantive game for the $40, and it's rough around the edges. It's UI, it's onboarding, it's menus. It seems very lacking in polish. They showcased the game last year, and it was a dadgum alpha. It wasn't even ready for public consumption, and Bungie was like, we're the makers of Destiny and Halo. Check out our alpha. Don't you want to pre-order and play this? And people were like, no. You can't rewrite history. It's not derivative and uninspired, though. Sure, it's not derivative and uninspired. It's an extraction shooter with an art style that they stole elements of from another person, and it has elements that we've seen in other games, but it's not derivative. Sure. What? To the market, it's derivative. It's like, we've already got games like this. We've already played games like this. The customer is always right in matters of taste. Lacking in polish? Have you navigated the menu systems? Have you seen even fans of the game talk about it? The clunkiness, the awkwardness? What do you mean? This is a brand new game from Bungie of all companies, and it seems like it was built by like some little AA studio as their first game. It doesn't seem like it's at the quality of excellence from Bungie at all. Movement in the game and shooting feels great. If that was bad, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Everybody wants to forget the history. They showcased an alpha. And then they're like, well, let people stream the beta. And then the reception was so poor, they basically were forced to delay the game. And then they get caught stealing artwork. And we want to act like, well, none of that matters. The public should just get over all of that and just, buy in to the hype and play the game. And it's like, why? They burned public trust last year. At least 3 times they burned public trust last year. They got everybody's attention to do a showcase, and they showcased an alpha. You think the public's just going to... That's fine. It's Bungie. The public is tired of games like this. They've hit a fatigue point. So if you bring your game to the public, buddy, you better bring your A game, not an alpha. And then they had the hubris to think, well, let people stream it. Let people stream it. That'll change their minds. It didn't change their minds. And I had these same conversations with people last year. People were like, I think it looks good. I think it looks fun. I'm like, I don't know what you're looking at. I don't think it looks fun at all. It looks like a minimum viable product. It looks like it's barely ready for launch. And they agreed, and they delayed the game. And then they got caught stealing artwork. And then they lied to the public and said it was some rogue employee, and it was just a decal sheet. I'm sure a rogue employee put a decal sheet in, and then that's why you settled with Anti-Real. You, as a multi-million-dollar company, you always settle with a random artist on Twitter over a decal sheet. Sure, Jan. I totally buy that. And then the game launches, and everyone's wondering, well, are they going to pull it off? Like, contrary to all the controversy and everything this game faced prior to launch, are they going to pull it off? And the numbers and the player numbers don't look very good. They don't. Assuming an audience. I think that's the biggest mistake they made. And I know we're well off course here. I know we're well off topic. But boy, oh boy, am I tired of this. Yeah, it has 6.4 thousand ratings. It's only gotten 1,000 more ratings since the weekend on PlayStation. There's no momentum here. It's okay to talk about this. It's okay to inform the public about where the game is and how the game is doing. This idea that Steam charts shouldn't be used to determine the health of a live service game is a completely new idea. It's completely new. We've never talked like this before, ever. We're only doing it now. You want to know why people don't want to talk about the Steam charts? Because it's undeniable. It's absolutely undeniable. This is not a good look for a brand new live service game from Bungie after they were purchased by PlayStation to be helping forge the center of live service of excellence. They convinced Naughty Dog to cancel their game because they said you would need to put your entire studio on this. You need to put your entire studio on your game. You need to turn into a live service game. And yet, Bungie has the nerve to launch a game with 300 people of their 800-person studio. But I guess Naughty Dog couldn't do it, but you can? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Cat Attack. Crimson Desert just posted for console performance on Twitter. PS5 Pro does hit 60 FPS with ray tracing on high. No, it doesn't hit 60 FPS on ray tracing with high 1080 and PSSR 2.0. It doesn't say PSSR 2.0, and they're only telling you what they're aiming at. It doesn't mean it's actually going to hit it. I appreciate your super chat, and I appreciate you trying to tell me, but the concern I have is they're still not showing us gameplay. They're merely telling you what their target is. Before Arc Raiders, the numbers Marathon is pulling in this genre would be considered impressive. Nobody cares about for the genre. The money spent on this, the number of staff that worked on this, the number of years that went into this is not a good sign. It's not a good sign. It hasn't even been out for a week yet, and you're already seeing decline. You don't have a regional acceptance here. As soon as it's not daytime in America, the player numbers just drop immediately. You're not even getting other regions of the world to sustain it like at all. It's dropping to like the 20,000s. I'm telling you, that's why people don't want to talk about the Steam charts, because it's undeniable. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look promising for the future. Everybody knows what a live services chart looks like. It's just going to keep going down. That's just what they do. There's a natural magnetism. It just goes down. People go back to their home game. People get bored. Whatever the reason is, live service games always trend down over time. It's not a strong enough start. How is 88 to 66 bad? I'm not going to keep arguing something that's obvious. I'm not. The question you're asking the question when the answer is obvious, which makes the discussion so exhausting. If you think this is a good start for a live service game, again, we're going to look at it in a month, and you're going to see exactly what I've said about every live service game. Your peak is in relation to your floor, and their peak is so small, their peak is so low, that floor is coming quickly. It's coming quickly, and it's going to be a very, very low floor. That's a concern for minimum viable player numbers that you need. That's incredible retention. Okay. I'm sorry you were wrong. I can't be wrong. It's subjective. So you haven't falsified my claim. You've merely stated your own opinion. You've falsified nothing. You're stating that it's impressive to you. You're stating that the retention's incredible to you. You haven't proven that definitively at all. That's just your opinion. You haven't falsified anything. It's my opinion that it's not a good start. It's my opinion that it's not a high enough peak for that floor to not get too low. I'm basing that off of my observation of live service games for the last decade. This game's not an exception. It isn't. So I have my opinion and you have yours. I can't falsify what you're saying because I can't skip ahead 2 months. I can't. I'm merely saying that my opinion, this game doesn't have a high enough peak to survive. It doesn't. To be fair, people go to work and school in the day. Yes, they do. Of course they do. Of course they do. That's normal for every game. That's normal for every game. This is Helldivers 2. It shows the same rhythm, right? It's not about the rhythm, it's about the peak. This game has been out for 2 years, and it has more people playing it right now. There's 34,000 people playing Marathon. Helldivers has been out for 2 years, and it has more people playing. I'm telling you, you got to remember how high Helldivers was flying. And they've settled way, way down. Why? It's been out for a while. That's just naturally what happens. In a month or two, the floor for Marathon, I've continued to say, will be below the minimum viable player number. I don't think it'll be high enough. That's what I've been saying. That's why I think getting upset and bristling at people looking at Steam charts, it's just freaking weird. We've done this for a very long time. It's a way of making predictions about the viability of a live service game. We've done it plenty of times. Helldivers 2 is an anomaly. Then so is Marvel Rivals, and so is Arc Raiders. All the successful live service games are anomalies, I guess. They all follow the same pattern. They shoot way, way, way up, and then as time goes on, they go way, 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 way down. That's totally normal. That's why all these outlets frustrate me when they're like, such and such game has lost 77% of its player pool, and they use Steam charts to do it. But now all of a sudden Steam charts are a problem. How many of these outlets are out here getting click rate and ad revenue the last couple of years doing this to live service games, claiming they've lost 70 to 80% of their player pools, and they use Steam chart concurrent numbers to argue that, which is absurd because you don't have an MAU. So even though Helldivers is at like 10% of their player peak when the game first came out, they're at like 10%. Saying they've lost 90% of their player base on looking at concurrent numbers is disingenuous because you don't have an MAU number. You don't know the monthly active users of Helldivers. It could be higher than 10%. It could be 40%, 30%. We don't know. You don't know how many people are logging into Helldivers in a given week. You just know what the concurrent numbers are. So these outlets have commonly done that. They grab the concurrent Steam chart numbers and they say that a game has lost 90% of its player base, which is dishonest because you don't know what the player base numbers are. They don't give us MAUs most of the time. Most of these companies don't do that. So the gaming press and the gaming world has been doing this for a really, really long time. And now that it's happening to oh so precious Bungie, let's treat Kid Clubs Bungie, we can't talk about like, yeah, the game doesn't look like it's doing very well. In general, the natural trajectory for live service games is likely going to put this thing too low to survive long term. That's not hate. That's just an observation based off of the patterns of live service games. We've seen tons of games do this. Whether it's X Defiant or the first Splitgate or all those battle royales that failed. We've seen it time and time again. They come out, oh, it's so good, it's awesome, yeah. And then it goes down, and it gets too low, and it's not sustainable, and they close, and they cancel the game, or they shut the game down. I miss you, Raven Young, over there on Purple. Thank you for the Prime. And a $5 super chat. Hang on, I'm having trouble clicking right now. There we go. I do agree with your take. Bungie has approximately 850 employees. You cannot afford to keep a studio afloat with these numbers. Really concerning. Well, the entire studio didn't work on it. I think a good portion of the studio is working on Destiny 3, or at least the preliminary stages of Destiny 3. Those comments are coming from developers. The outlets are reporting on what other developers have said. Right, and did developers say this in the past? So anytime one of these outlets was claiming that a game had lost 90% of its player base based off of Steam chart numbers, did they tell those outlets that that was maidenless behavior? Did they say it was unemployed behavior? What I find hysterical, what I find absolutely hysterical, is the willingness to insult the consumer base that pays your frickin' bills. I find that to be brazenly hilarious. A lot of these quote-unquote unemployed people are literally paying your bills. They're logging into your game and buying your microtransactions. And you want to come out and be like, yeah, this is unemployed behavior. There are toxic people every time a game comes out, using them as a scapegoat to be like, well, we shouldn't be talking about Steam chart numbers because people are being meanies on Twitter. Like, what the frick? I've seen developers speak about that reporting prior, and it wasn't a Bungie developer who said it. I know, but it was a developer with a live service game. It was Overwatch and Warframe. Yeah. Good, excellent strategy. Yeah. Insult your potential customer base, the people that literally pay your bills. Call them unemployed and maidenless, because they're actively. This is what always kills me in this discussion, in these discussions, is you're basically letting the toxic people hijack the entire conversation. That's why I call it defense force. I think it's embarrassing, lack of consumer advocacy, defense force behavior. I do. And I think the reason the gaming press is quick to get in line and run this narrative, and they were out there defending Highguard and saying that it was fun and that it wasn't a bad game if you didn't have the negativity of the internet yapping in your ear, right? They're out there running defense force for that game as well. I'm here to tell you, that is not taking up for the consumer. The consumer has every right to know, like, what's going on in this game. And what they do is they poison the activity of looking at a Steam chart. They take, like, this handful of toxic people that are on Twitter and calling it Concord 3 and being nasty and saying it's slop and saying, like, PlayStation's got another flop on their hands and blah, blah, blah. They're letting those people hijack the entire conversation. Because nobody wants to be seen as a hater. So is anybody going to want to put a Steam chart in their video? Is anybody want to put a Steam chart on their timeline right now and talk about how Marathon is doing? No, because you have developers calling it maidenless behavior and unemployed behavior. It creates, it like sucks the oxygen out of the room. It's like, well, nobody wants to say that. Nobody wants to be seen as that. So what you're doing is you're creating, like, toxicity in the air so, like, people don't feel like they can talk about it. Are they supposed to advocate for consumers? Are they supposed to report on what's happened? Both. They shouldn't be advocating for anyone. There's an inherent advocacy for the consumer when you accurately report things to them. I think there's an inherent advocacy for the consumer. Louis Love with 32 months in a member plus. What's good, boys? What's going on, man? Haven't seen you in a while. There is inherent consumer advocacy when you accurately report on what's going on. When you publish a review and let people know about how a game is, how it plays. Is it good? Is it glitchy? Is it buggy? Right? Like, there's baked in consumer advocacy in that. The consumer is informed and can properly make a decision. And hand-waving Steam charts and acting like nobody should pay attention to that, I think is ridiculous. It's like, no, I think that's actually very helpful for consumers to pay attention to. Because they need to know, how's the game doing? Was it wrong for people to be talking about how poorly Highguard was doing? No, it was important. Why? So the consumers could be like, oh, I probably don't want to spend any money in that game. It doesn't look like it's going to make it. Advocacy implies a bias towards? Yeah, it does. And I believe that the gaming press should have a bias for the consumer and not the companies. I believe it. We're the ones clicking on your articles. We're the ones trusting you. Yes, you should have a bias toward us. You shouldn't have a bias towards the company. That's conflict of interest. What are we even talking about here? Every outlet, my bias should be to you as the public, not the companies. What are we even talking about? 100%. The bias of any gaming press is to the public. That's the duty is to the public to give them information. They shouldn't have a bias at all. Their bias should be informing the public. That's their job. Your job is to make sure I know what's going on. Your bias is to me, not the companies. This is not a conversation that's happening. It can't be. They have an inherent intrinsic bias to the consumer. We're the ones that click the articles. We're the ones that read and trust them. That they have a bias to us. Their natural lean should be toward the public, not the companies. Hang on. The consumers are not all given free codes and swag bags and gaming chairs. These reviewers make me frown. The way it's supposed to work is the consumer's biggest interest is in themselves. The business's interest is in themselves, right? Right? So I'm interested in myself. What can I get from the market? I'm supposed to extract value from the market. The business is supposed to extract as much profit as it can from the market. The gaming press is supposed to be smack dab in the middle and help to properly inform the public about what is going on. Whether a game is good, when's the game coming out, here are interviews, here are previews, what have you. They are not beholden to those companies. They're beholden to the public. We're the ones coming to them. It's a symbiotic relationship. If you want me to click your stuff and trust you, you better give me accurate and good information. Lawyers are advocates. Media is not an advocate. I don't agree with you because advocacy has a range of meaning. You're using advocacy in a very like rigid definition. Because advocacy can be the public support or the recommendation of a particular cause or policy, right? Well, the particular cause that I'm talking about here is they're taking up for the consumer being properly informed. In that they are being an advocate for the consumer. I'm being your advocate if I go downtown and ask some organization for information about something that you're trying to do. Like I'm being your advocate. Like if you make me like your what's the word? It's not power of attorney, it's something else. Like your admin over something. I'm your advocate. I'm going and trying to get proper information conveyed to them and then to you. I'm being your advocate in that. I'm speaking on your behalf. So if they are in favor of informing the public accurately, they're being an advocate for the public. Like they're going to the gaming companies and being like, give us the information so that we can then convey that information to they're the middleman. That is 100% being an advocate. An advocate, a representative. These words are synonymous. Like they're interchangeable in these types of conversations. One rigid use of the word, sure. They're not being like an advocate as in like they're representing me like my lawyer or something. Neo Reaper with a $5 super chat. Bungie asks outlets to delay reviews and they are. Those same outlets do that. Would they do that for other games going forward? I highly doubt it. Wired wrote, what did you say? Lots not defend real unemployed behavior. We have seen real unemployed behavior and it's unhinged, for sure. I personally love Marathon, but I'm worried about its sustainability. This is less about Marathon and a growing trend that I'm seeing in the gaming public and in the gaming press and how we dialogue about things. Middleman, by definition, is supposed to be neutral. Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. Because they're coming to us to get click rate from us and trust from us. Okay? So they should have a bias toward us to make sure we are properly informed. Their bias should be not to the company. That shouldn't be. And that's the biggest problem with our gaming press. Is at some level they're captive to access journalism. It's like, well, you better make sure and stay in good with these companies, because if not, you could lose your access. Yeah, I'm gonna restart my PlayStation. I have not got an update yet for Yotei. I'm checking. I tell you what the press shouldn't be doing, what gaming outlets, gaming representatives, YouTubers shouldn't be doing. They shouldn't be demonizing people that are looking at Steam chart numbers. You know what that looks like to me? That looks like advocacy for the company. That looks like protecting the company. That looks like protecting the game. It's a product at the end of the day. It comes to the market and the supply and demand. The customer is always right in matters of taste. If people are like, I don't like it, we don't like it, like the people that are really upset about the fact that like streamers are being told not to stream Marathon, homie, that's just the way the market's going to work. If you build your entire brand streaming battle royales and games like Arc Raiders, and you start playing something like Marathon and the audience feels like it's tepid and boring, that's supply and demand. That's the public saying we're not interested in this. I built an entire stream and channel around streaming Destiny. The minute I wasn't streaming Destiny, people would leave and complain. I couldn't take that personal. It's supply and demand. Oh, I want to go play No Man's Sky. Why did half of my viewers leave? Because they don't want to watch it. You're an entertainer. You're entertaining the public. You're beholden to them. If you want to make a living, you're beholden to them. And so the fact that this is being turned into some kind of a battleground where, like, it started with High Guard. Like, we're not supposed to look at the Steam charts. We're not supposed to look at how a live service game is performing. I think this is an absurd viewpoint. I think it's absolutely absurd. There are so many more elements. Okay. There are so many more elements to the quality of a live service game, right? So many more. You're not a journalist? Yeah. Here we go. I thank you for agreeing with me, Eugene. Neither are any of the people in these outlets. They're not journalists either. They're all bloggers. They're glorified content creators. They're beholden to the public because the public is how they earn a living. And if they're not going to take up for the consumer, then they're failing in their duty and their job. A journalist going and doing investigative reporting to find out what some company is doing so the public is properly informed, they are being a consumer advocate because they're letting you know what this company's doing to their meat or to their product. That's the whole point behind whistleblowing. What's good, Doc Dark? At that moment in time, the journalist is they're taking up for consumer information. Like, they're making sure you know what's going on. Do you miss streaming games to the level you did with Destiny, or do you like this better? I mean, I think there are times where, like, I watch Burnt Peanut and I get jealous of the vibes. I'm like, I remember those vibes. I remember, like, goofing, laughing, playing with other people, and, like, that's just what you do. But there is an immense amount of pressure doing that. There's pressure in both environments. Like, in this environment, I have to keep the audience captured about gaming news topics that are different every single day. Got to be lively, got to do the back and forth thing, got to argue like we're doing now, but also, not be too crass or unkind. I think both have their benefits. So, like, to me, you can call it whatever you want. You can slice this however you want and say, well, the gaming press doesn't have to be an advocate for the consumer. I disagree. I don't see it that way. We are the ones that prop you up and give you a platform. We come to you, we read your articles, we watch your videos, and we trust you. We trust you to give us accurate information. And if you're going to completely abandon consumer advocacy because you don't want to upset Bungie and you don't want to be seen as toxic, and so the consumers that are coming to you for information are being told that Steam charts don't matter. Steam charts don't indicate the health of a game. Looking at Steam charts is unemployed maidenless behavior. And you can be like, well, they didn't say it. They're just reporting it. Okay, well, they're still putting that energy out there, making the consumer feel like, well, all is well. These people are being toxic. These people are being hateful. The game is just fine. That's audience capture and news as entertainment. It's not an either or. I'm not going to defend my position anymore. I don't agree with you. My position is they should be taking up for the consumer. You don't have to agree with me. It's how I view it. I think they're beholden to the public. I think they should be beholden to truth and accuracy and not defending companies. You're not going to persuade me out of my position. I think it's a talent either way. As someone that mostly makes videos, I have no idea how you guys do this every day of every week. I mean, I think it takes a certain type of personality because it is not naturally easy to just sit and talk nonstop. Yeah, I don't know what Sony's expectations are, ePad. I don't know what Sony's expectations are. Arrowhead was expecting at most like 100,000 concurrents across all platforms for Helldivers 2. So across PlayStation and Steam, they were thinking like best case scenario was like 100,000 concurrents. They got like 6 times that. Okay. So they far exceed their expectations. So the question would be, does PlayStation have that level of expectation? Is like Marathon seen as like a, listen, if we can get like 100,000 concurrents day one, that's good. I have a hard time believing that. I have a really hard time believing that because of the budget and the amount of people and the operational costs at Bungie. I just have a very hard time believing that they're okay with where things are right now. I don't think there's 2 extremes here. There's Arc Raiders' success and there is where Marathon is right now. I don't think Bungie or PlayStation expected Arc Raiders' success. I also don't think they're pleased with where things are right now. I genuinely think it's an act of denial to think that Bungie's looking at these numbers and thinking, this is fantastic. We've been working on this since 2018. It was expensive. We put a lot behind this. PlayStation backed it with lots of marketing and headsets and controllers and primo marketing push. You know, they've really thrown their full weight behind this project. I don't think they're pleased with the results. I think the results are worrying. If you go watch Justin Truman's GDC presentation about this, he talks about a great game with no velocity will be dead. You can sit here and tell me how great this game is. There's no velocity. They've got a laundry list of things they need to change based on consumer feedback, and they don't have velocity. He also talks about in that presentation, player numbers can get below where they can be sustainable. It's a reality that they've faced many times in Destiny. To think that company with that history is looking at these numbers and popping champagne and like, this is great. I'm here to tell you, I have a really hard time believing that. Everything I've read, everything I've studied, everything I've observed in live service for the last 10 years tells me that this game is in trouble. You can bloviate and pontificate and obfuscate all you want, and you can talk about genre, and you can talk about niche, and you can talk about players need to get good, and you can talk about like Steam charts don't really indicate if a game is good or not. You can do that until you're out of oxygen in your lungs. I don't care. That's not compelling to me. I've been watching this for too long to be like, oh yeah, things are fine. I've been observing this for too long. This game, I don't think, is the exception to everything we've observed in the live service market. I don't think so. I don't. Because if you want to point to like Tarkov and Hunt, The challenge there is games like that start small and grow over time, and they've hit certain player thresholds. I don't think Bungie has that luxury. This isn't some small, scrappy studio that can, like, fight for a niche audience. I don't think so. I think we keep comparing it to games that are absolutely not the target that they have. I just don't think so. And the idea that it's toxic to talk about this or look at these numbers, I think is an absurd notion. I think it's perfectly fine to look at the player numbers and try to inform people like, yeah, I just don't think this game has legs, y'all. I'd be very cautious about spending a ton of money in this game. If you bought it and you're playing and you're having fun, great. I can't see spending a ton of money in this game right now because I'd be worried. Like, am I going to have any of my stuff? Is any of my stuff even going to matter in 6 months? It was just as important for people to be informed about High Guard and where it was trending. It was just as important because you don't want to be spending money in a game that it's shutting down. We did this with New World. We looked at the New World numbers. We talked about how they were losing players over time. And guess what that does? That informs the consumer to question whether or not they should spend money in the game. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It isn't toxic. It's a completely acceptable form of observation about the market, and we're suddenly not supposed to do it, and it's being labeled as maidenless and unemployed. I don't know where this... There's an animosity growing, I feel like, in studios towards the consumer. It's like they don't like the consumer. Do you want to know why I don't think they like the consumer? Because I think the consumer has a louder voice than they've ever had. And yes... some of these guys are grifters, and they make bad faith content, and they call everything woke, and they try to get people to brigade, and they try to get people to be nasty. That is certainly a factor here. But I think one of the reasons a lot of these publishers and studios don't like where things are right now is because the public is in the strongest position that it's ever been. And you know what's great? Successful games are still doing great. They tried to brigade AC Shadows and Yotei, and those games did commercially really well. They can deny it all they want. They did well. They did the same thing to, a handful of other games. The consumer being in power isn't allowing the consumer to abuse that power. I haven't seen a single great game bludgeoned to death on Twitter. I haven't seen it. Show me a good game that the public killed that was deserving of sales. Every game that I've played and every game that you've played that we have felt like was excellent and had good reviews, they've seen varying degrees of commercial success. I don't think I've seen a single game that was like, this is built well, it's excellent, it's really respectful of the player, it was built well, it's at quality, blah, 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 and people made fun of it on Twitter and it died. I just have never seen that. FCAT says, no shutdown. They'll go free to play. I think Bungie will go free before shutting down. It's possible. The Xbox and the PS4 versions are going to help. The fact that they're even doing that is absurd. I can't believe PlayStation's even allowing them to make a version for PS4. We have info on Yotei. I need to read the blog. I was going to read the blog before we went and played, so that there could be a timestamp on the video, and then that would be a great segue into going and playing it. I've been continually checking for the update, as have others. Greg says, that definitely is. I understand to a degree. 100% think online discussion's awful. Prior to social media, they really only had to worry about outlets and whether people bought their game or not. Now they have to deal with constant online conversation, but to attack the consumer is not good. Individuals taking it too far is not the same. Well, and what frustrates me is they take the pocket of people being toxic and they paint everybody with that brush. And I just think that's absurd. I think it's absolutely absurd. You guys, I'm on Ginger Prime's show every Friday. Do you guys think Ginger's toxic? Does Brian come off as a toxic guy to you? He doesn't to me. He's a family man. He's a Catholic. Like, what? Like, the dude's always positive and smiling. And he's been monitoring the Steam chart numbers of Marathon. Why? It's interesting. It's what we do. We commentate on the business side. We look at earnings reports and earnings calls, and we look at pie charts, for crying out loud. This is what we do, and all of a sudden we're not supposed to do it? lumping someone like Ginger in with that group, I'm not saying anybody's singling him out. I'm not saying that. But when they're saying what they're saying, he gets lumped in with that. It's like, well, he's looking at the Steam charts. He doesn't strike me as maidenless, unemployed, energy, mean guy. He's like one of the nicest guys I've ever met in this space. Ginger's a teddy bear. He smiles too much. I don't trust him. Redheads are inherently toxic. All right, everybody. Everybody chill. Did Ginger cry when Phil Spencer left? Shut the frick up, F-Cat. Doc says, why is Marathon being protected so much? Doc, there's levels to this. There is. There are so many buckets of debate happening, it's hard to know who you're even talking to. There are people who hate PlayStation and they want to pin Marathon to PlayStation and be like, see, PlayStation sucks. They don't know what they're doing. Live service is garbage. And then there's the pro PlayStation guys that are going to war with those guys. So there's a fight brewing there. Then there's the guys that they think it's woke. They think it's trash. They hate Bungie and they want to see it burn. And then there's the people that are like, shut up, you're being toxic. Stop looking at Steam charts. Then there are the people who are really angry that they didn't make Destiny 3 and that Destiny 2 is going through a drought and they are actively brigading against Marathon. They are furious. And then there are the Bungie guys and the Bungie creators that are all in. Why? Because they've got content to sink their teeth into, and that's the job. No shade. I'm not calling anybody's integrity into question, but those are your three battlegrounds. Those are your three battlegrounds. That's what everybody's fighting over. That's my assessment of the situation. And so anytime you talk about this, people will make presumptions about you based on those things. If you're being critical, they're going to assume that you have some kind of an anti-Bungie bias, an anti-PlayStation bias, an anti-woke bias, whatever the frick. And then if you're praising it, people are going to assume you're coming from a bias. That's just what everybody's doing, is everybody's assuming intent. And it's like, I think it's really interesting to talk about live service games. I think it's really interesting to observe and watch how they survive and how they come out of the gate. I've been talking about this for a decade. It's something that I find interesting. Right? Tell Doc how we used to read change notes on Fridays. That was the content when you're in that deep. Yeah, Doc. I was out here reading blog posts on Thursdays and Fridays. Don't forget people that actually enjoy the game. Right. And then there's the people who actually enjoy the game, and then there's the people who actually just genuinely didn't enjoy it. They tried it and they're like, yeah, I don't like it. They're the people in our Discord that are loving it, and I think they're loving it. Good for them. And then there's like, Co-Carnage kind of shrugged at it. I played it, and I didn't think that much of it. I think it's got potential, which is why I made a video. I said, instead of just ragging on the game, I'm going to make suggestions on how to improve the game. I'm not just going to make some hit piece where I'm like, yep, crap. Where's Ghost of Legends DLC? I think you can download it in 30 minutes. Hey, Ocean Blue, thank you for using your Prime over there on Purple, getting us to 68. You forgot about the Bungalators? Lona, I hope you do a live service documentary one day. I'm actually enjoying Marathon as I'm sort of a hardcore shooter player, and I'm considering Arc Raiders next. If you're a hardcore shooter player, Arc Raiders will probably rub you the wrong way. There's a lot of desync. The hit registration's not great. It's not really built. It's not really built for. It's not built for hardcore shooters. I'm sitting back and watching the fireworks. This guy says, maybe you can stop acting like a petulant fool now. I said they still haven't released gameplay. Console gameplay footage, I should specify. I literally said they would do this instead of showing gameplay. Like, I literally said that that's what they were going to do. I told you, I said it this morning. I said, when Will Powers says we will reveal things before launch, I said, we're not going to get gameplay. He's just going to do a tweet or a blog, and they're going to tell us about the specs that they're targeting. A V-Bucks price change in March. The cost of running Fortnite has gone up, and we're raising prices to help pay the bills. Oh, they're lowering the amount of V-Bucks that you get. Are you kidding me? Fortnite needs to raise the price on V-Bucks? Isn't that the company that was making so much money in Fortnite? They lowered the licensure fee that people would have to pay from using the Unreal Engine. There's guys saying there's PS5 Pro footage and South Koreans already have the game. As far as I know, the South Korean streamer that streamed the game, they were getting 45 FPS in quality mode. We don't know how consistent it was. We've not seen a tech breakdown. We don't even know where they were playing. It could have been an early area. It could have been a vacant area. I don't know. Digital Foundry is making a video later this week, they said on their Patreon. That needs to be clarified. I watched the video. Richard Ledbetter said they will try to have a console gameplay video at launch. He said they will try. They did, unless they've done another video that I have not seen, because I'm not one of their patrons. I don't know if they've done another video, but I'm here to tell you, the way he phrased it, it sounds like they're not even going to necessarily have time or early enough access to do it. We don't know. The only reason we know that Digital Foundry was going to get access was because Fighting Cowboy asked at the preview event. Like, that's the only reason we even know. Did you see Skillet's preview for Crimson? His description about the mission structure and mechanics were pretty worrying. It looks like a lot of the game could be really janky. Listen, I tried to tell people that this was going to end up being a Master of None. It's a very, very broad game. I told you that this was going to feel like Scope Creep, the video game. That has nothing to do with the video. They posted today on Patreon. I need you to give me the exact quote. What did they say? Because the Digital Foundry video from yesterday, Richard Ledbetter said, we will try. So I need the exact phrasing of what they said through their Patreon. Are they now committing to being like, oh no, we'll have a video for you guys? I can DM John Linneman, so don't come in here with some spook ghost story. I don't want to pester him, but if I get bad info or I get info I guess I can't verify, I'm going to go to him and ask. Scope Creep the video game, you like that? That's what I'm saying. It feels like Scope Creep the video game. It's like they just threw in everything that you could possibly think of. They have another video up on YouTube. Is it new? Did they post a new video? Speaking to this, they have probably gotten so many comments on this. They're probably... Let me look. No, their new video is a Q&A about Helix and PlayStation 6. Is your alarm going off? I don't hear anything, do you? What are you talking about? Yeah, it's not about Crimson Desert. Their latest video is about Helix and PlayStation 6. Yeah. Has he replied? I need exact phrasing. What did they say? I've been trying to get solid info on this for weeks now so that you guys can know what in the heck's going on. Worse, they directly dropped in mechanics from other games. Copy paste, it's unlikely to make for a smooth experience. Enjoy the 30 FPS console, peasants, and don't forget to refresh your PS Plus online for $80 a year. Did you mean to type that where people can see it so that we would laugh at you, or were you trying to just put that in your own diary? I'm not sure what you're doing. Like, I can't imagine typing console peasants and not being like an ironic character. It isn't going to have good performance. It's so obvious as saying they're speaking in circles to avoid it. They said they will make a video later this week on PS5, but this won't be a full review. Will Powers confirmed that they have a PS5 build on their Discord. So, okay, wait. Hang on. When you say later this week, you mean this week as in the week that will end on the 14th, because the game's coming out next week. If Digital Foundry is able to do that, then I'm very interested to watch the footage. They will make a video later this week on PS5. Make a video. Does that mean we're going to get to see it? I'm telling you, Fighting Cowboy said he was told at launch. Richard Ledbetter said at launch. I believe John Linneman said at launch. They kept saying the words at launch. Now you're telling me I'm getting a video this week. That's brand new information. That's not the phrasing that's been used up to now. If they're releasing a video early, again, I don't know why Will Powers would not answer my question. I asked on Twitter. I was like, when are we going to get console footage from Digital Foundry? We heard from Fighting Cowboy that was happening, and he won't answer me. If you've got a date and a plan, and Digital Foundry's got a plan, I don't know why we can't get an answer to that question. Luke Stevens says it runs on a 1060. That's a 10-year-old card from 2016. That's crazy. Well, I would slow down until we actually see the footage, though. I think people need to really slow down. A spec sheet doesn't prove anything. It's just what they're targeting. It could run like hot garbage. It could run like absolute hot garbage on a 1060 card. If you guys are just tuning in, they release the specs that they're targeting on PC and console. Does Will Powers not like you? I'm not taking it personal. His job is to make the game look really good and to go out and to do interviews and to talk about the game. He doesn't owe me anything. But I'm asking for the public. I'm asking for the consumer. Hey, we have been waiting for console footage. Yo, 15 months. Thank you so much, Champagne. 69 members on the week. Nice. Spec sheets are also BS a lot of the time, says Greg, because they don't specify upscaling or individual settings. What are the specs for PC? Here, I'll show you. I literally said this morning, I said they're not necessarily going to release console footage because he didn't say that. He said that they will reveal things. Well, here you go. They have revealed things. So here's your PC. Okay, so the minimum is a 1060 card, and they're saying they're going to upscale 1080 from 900p. So it's going to run internally 900, upscaled to 1080. It's going to target 30 FPS. We have no idea how well this is going to run. We have no idea. So I know Luke Stevens is saying this is impressive. This is only impressive if you can get a consistent experience. Like if you're getting a consistent 1080-30 experience in this game on a 1060, then that's probably pretty impressive for those people. Now let's go to the middle. Recommended, they recommend a 2080. I've got a bunch of old 2080 rigs around here, so they're telling me I could boot that up, set the settings to medium, and run 1080p 60. Okay? on a 1080. Now, I'm sorry, on a 2080. I'm sorry, on a 2080. Now, here's where it gets interesting. That's what they're offering PlayStation on a PS5. So a PS5, they're offering 1080p, 60 FPS with ray tracing set to low. On PC, they're offering medium settings, 1080 60 on a 2080. Yo, what's good, Rise Jones? A 2080 is just a PS5 basically. Right. That's what I'm saying. That's interesting. Like at least we're seeing some agreements here. Like generally speaking, when I would boot up PlayStation games on my 2080 Ti, I would roughly get the same performance that I would get on my PlayStation 5 for the most part. They seemed pretty much interchangeable, right? That's native. Oh yeah, that's native 1080. This is this is native 1080. That's right. It's not upscaled. Okay. So then Ultra, this is what I have sitting on the other side of my monitor right now. A 5070 Ti can run it at native 4K 60 Ultra. Okay? So then we look at console. Console, performance on PS5 and the Series X is identical. 1080 60 with ray tracing set to low. It seems like on console, you're not going to have the option to turn ray tracing off at all. The only time it's off is on the Series S. It looks like ray tracing is on all the time. It's either on low or high or ultra. Those are your three options. It looks like ray tracing is baked into this game. You remember, they did that with Gotham Knights, and it was a huge concern, and it caused issues with performance. Okay. So ray tracing is on all the time. So PlayStation 5 has performance, balance, and quality. So you're either running 1080 60, you can do an upscaled 4K from 1280 and run it at 40 FPS with VSync. Now you're going to want to have a 120 hertz monitor to run this mode, and then your quality mode is upscaled from 1440 to 4K, and it's 30 FPS. Now, this version on PS5, when you're doing the upscaling, they're using FSR 3. That's encouraging because like FSR 1 was used in Final Fantasy 16 and it was dadgum terrible. All right, PS5 Pro is going to use PSSR. So it's going to upscale from 1080 all the way to 4K. It's going to use PSSR to do it, and I'm going to get 60 FPS. Ray tracing is set to high. You can't even turn the ray tracing down, it looks like, on the PS5 Pro. It's just set to high. It's set to high on performance and balance, and it's set to ultra on quality mode. I appreciate this level of transparency, knowing exactly what performance modes and targets to expect saves players from endlessly tweaking settings and lets us stay immersed in the game. I completely disagree with you. I think spec sheets like this they're just a promise. This is not a guarantee. I don't think spec sheets are that compelling. The most compelling thing is going to be is Digital Foundry's video, because it's not a piece of marketing. It's literally going to be their breakdown of the dadgum game on console, which we're being told that they said on their Patreon that they're going to make a video this week. Up to this point, we kept hearing the phrase at launch, that Digital Foundry was going to have a console video at launch. That's what we kept hearing. It's a good list. There is so much more info than we get with so many other games these days. I'll give them that at least. I would take gameplay, raw gameplay, just captured and shown. I would take that over a spec sheet any day of the week. Jaggy says it doesn't say what textures are like, what pop-ins are like, if there are bugs, clipping, etc. Let me see if I can find something. You want to know why I don't really care about spec sheets? Jedi Survivor PC requirements. Minimum and recommended. And we all know how that game turned out on PC at launch. Okay? Now, Crimson Desert has been looked at quite a bit on PC. Okay? It has been. And it's gotten very good response from the people that played it. But that's why when I see spec sheets, I don't really care, because you can say anything you want on a spec sheet. That doesn't mean the game's actually going to do that. Assassin's Creed Shadows spec sheet was very similar to this. I also think Assassin's Creed Shadows was not showing me draw distance and NPC like density that we're seeing in Crimson Desert. Assassin's Creed Shadow also didn't have the level of movement and speed, the insanity, like the stuff going on, the particle effects. There's just so much more going on in this game. Like, look how many people are just in this little fight here. I think people are saying it's a very in-depth spec sheet and praising that. We know the performance will be known on release. I think since we've been begging and begging and begging for, gameplay, I don't think we should give them any praise for a spec sheet, because that's not what we've been asking for. We've been asking for gameplay. You know what I mean? Hang on. I'm going to back this one up. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm back. Sorry. I needed a break. And in about 15 minutes, we will try to install Ghost of Tsushima Legends, and we'll check that out today. I played last night to kind of warm up, to get back into the swing of things with all the muscle memory and stuff, and I was replaying duels on the map. And the first duel I picked to replay is like the worst one, where he keeps filling the room with smoke and you can't see. It's like the worst duel in the game. I was like, oh my gosh, I hate this one. There's one big deal that no one addresses, the engine. The engine's original and built for this game, meaning there's a very good chance that it runs extremely well. I again think if that were the case, I don't think it's asking too much for them to show us right now. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I don't think we've asked for something that's like, you know, out of left field or something. Like, I just don't know. You mean to tell me you weren't playing Marathon last night? No, I boot it up every now and again just out of curiosity, Fuzzy. Just to see if I can still get in. No idea why people would pre-order Sight Unseen. That's what I'm saying. What's up with Crimson Desert? Did you check Digital Foundry's Patreon website? I like Digital Foundry. I'm not going to go become a patron for the information. I mean, I don't have time to consume their content to get my money's worth out of it. I'm very busy. So, like, he told me the phrasing they used was they're going to try to make a video this week. That doesn't necessarily repudiate what we've heard. We keep hearing that they'll have a video at launch. Console footage at launch. You know what I mean? Like, they did go look at the thumbnail. I don't understand what you want. Hang on. So, Digital Foundry Patreon. Coming this week to Digital Foundry. I mean, he's not lying. Let me zoom this in for you. Coming this week to Digital Foundry, 6 hours ago, they've got PS5 Pro, PS5, Xbox Series S, and the Xbox. I mean, that screenshot's already worrying, boys. I'm seeing a 54, a 51, a 56, and a 58, and that's a cutscene. I hope that's true. I hope that's true. If that's true, I don't know what's so hard about giving us that answer. That's what's so frustrating. We wouldn't have had to sit here and be in the dark and be curious and be like, what the heck is going on? Are we gonna be able? When are we gonna be able to see console footage? Why not just tell us that? Why not just say Digital Foundry will have a video at such and such a date? Now maybe he couldn't say that because they didn't know. They didn't know the exact date when they would have it ready. You could have given an approximation. You could have been like, we're giving them access and they're aiming to have a video ready before the game comes out. Like, why not say that? Like, my question was specifically like, is it going to be with the review embargo or is it going to be after? They kept saying at launch. This week is not at launch, y'all. That's a week before. That's actually great. I don't know why you wouldn't just tell us that. Oh, Abyssus is getting a console release trailer? I thought Abyssus looked really, really cool. Although, it's coming to consoles in the summer. Yeah. I always thought this game looked really, really fun. I don't think it has a great review score on Steam right now. I think they did something recently. It's in early access. I think it got knocked down a peg. I think this is kind of like Witchfire and Painkiller had a baby. At this point, I won't even buy it because they mislead and lie on purpose. I feel like Abyssus on Steam score, did it drop? Or is it... it's an 87, and most recently it dropped to a 78, like in the most recent scores. That's still really good. 87 overall. It launched in the summer of last year into early access on Steam. So... oh, wait. Is it no longer early access? No, that was a full... that looks like it was a full launch. So hopefully by the time it comes to console, it'll be even more polished. Yeah. PS Plus for March is going to be Space Marine 2, Persona 5, Madden NFL, Metal Eden, Lord of the Rings Return to Moria, and Astroneer. That's pretty good. All right, let me see if I can get this as a post on Twitter for people, this Digital Foundry thing. Hang on. Let me do a new one. It'd be great if, like, the snipping tool, if I could tell it what perspective, like, I want it to stay in. Excuse me. Excuse me. Time for you to play Persona. Astroneer is fun. I once used dynamite to blow up an entire planet. The Astroneer update that they're doing, where, like, it's going to be almost like an online multiplayer, like No Man's Sky update. It actually looks really, really cool. I'm actually interested. Why is it so white on Xbox? Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably a lighting thing because of the ray tracing. Maybe they've got the ray tracing off in the screenshot. I don't know. Hang on. Let me do this. Let's try it this way. See if we can't get a good screenshot here. I just want people to know what the heck's going on, man. That'll work. It looks like Digital Foundry will have a Crimson Desert console gameplay comparison video this week on their Patreon. Maybe they said numerous times it would be at launch. Maybe they've bumped that timeline. I guess we don't need that part. They've said numerous times it would be at launch. So it looks like Digital Foundry will have a Crimson Desert console gameplay comparison video this week on their Patreon. Hoping they are able to get this done before the game launches next week. Pay for it? I'm just saying, look at the thumbnail, not subscribe. Yeah, I took a screenshot of the thumbnail and I'm tweeting it so people know. Again, my frustration is, why not just tell us? You know, Yotei update, okay. You know, and if we're gonna have to go pay, like, nothing against Digital Foundry, but if we have to go pay to get that breakdown, dude, I don't want to do that. I want that to be in the public. Like, I want the public to be informed about what's going on, not just your patrons. It's because we won't believe it. Yeah, we won't believe the footage, so they're going to hide it. Okay, there we go. The update's downloading. All right, let me schedule this. Okay. 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 Give me just a second. I don't like radio silence, but I Okay. All right. Public will go at 1:30. Twitch gave you guys an umbrella badge from Resident Evil. I did not know that. That's really cool. It's a 26 gig download. I mean, is that Assassin's Creed Unity? Wait, that's Assassin's Creed Unity. Deleting tweet. Y'all sent me on a wild goose chase. That is not Crimson Desert. That screenshot is Assassin's Creed Unity. Y'all, we tried to tell you. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Thanks, Nick, on Twitter for telling me. I was like, they've kept saying at launch. It would be so weird to be like, at launch. Like Richard Ledbetter just says, like, we're going to try and have it for you at launch. And then for them to be like, oh, no, yeah, we're going to have it this week. Like, in 1 day's time, they changed their entire timeline. I knew that felt weird. I was like, what? I knew that felt weird. I was like, they said numerous times in the video we watched, at launch, Richard Ledbetter says, we'll try to have it available at launch. And then out of nowhere, they're like, oh, yeah, this week we'll have a video. And I'm like, huh? It's legit. They've released the specifications about Crimson Desert, but they've not released any footage. I deleted my tweet, Nick, too, if you want to delete your reply. There's no I mean, I don't care, but it's just a dead reply now. Because you're complaining about it for hours? It's frustrating. Okay, let's talk about the other thing. We've got some time to kill before we're going to jump into Yotei. Let's talk about the other thing, okay? So the other thing that's frustrating is the dynamic pricing that PlayStation is experimenting with, okay? I don't know if you guys saw this, but at first it seemed like it was just going to be discounts. Like, oh, if you haven't shopped in a while, they might say, here's a discount just for you. And I'm like, that's not that big of a deal. Like, the optics on that are obviously something that could backfire where, you have somebody who's like, man, I spend money all the time and I'm never getting these nice discounts, right? That obviously could backfire. Hawk, thank you so much for doing your Prime sub over there on Twitch. We need to end the day to be on pace like 200. We're well behind on pace, so make sure you guys check your renewals. The renewals add up very quickly, and a single comes in from Siege. He didn't like seeing that weird number all that time, and now we're sitting at 71. A little slow there, Siege. No worries. But the report from PlayStation Price or PS Prices or whatever indicated that they would also be experimenting with increasing the price for people. So you might just randomly see a higher price than somebody else. That I have a pretty significant problem with. That's not like, I don't get a discount because, you're getting a personalized discount because, you haven't shopped in like a really long time. You haven't spent money in the store in a really long time. Plenty of outlets do this, right? Plenty of outlets do this. They give you like a for you discount or whatever. My issue is seeing dynamic pricing experimenting with like, oh yeah, you just get a higher price just because. Is that even legal? There's no legality at all. What do you mean? I'm terrible on Steam. 50% nope, 60% nope, 70% nope. Give me 90% off. Cowboy got live service games are dying and the media are killing them video. There you go. And a 5 bomb comes in from Siege. I now owe YouTube 2 members on the day. You guys hit the 50 and the 75. Thank you so much, Siege Master, for hitting that milestone. I always thought you spend a lot, you get big discounts. Sony's logic. You spend a lot, therefore we increase the prices for you. Talk about getting screwed. Yeah, it's the discount thing to me is a pretty big optics faux pas because they just shut down PlayStation Stars or whatever. But like raising the price for somebody, I'm like, bruh, like what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I obviously think the consumer is going to feel a certain kind of way if you give somebody a discount because they don't spend that much money, and then the guy that is spending lots of money doesn't get a discount. That, I think people could, like, eventually shrug off. They'll be like, yeah, whatever. But, like, being like, no, you have to pay more. Like, we're raising the regular price. It's like, no. I hope people really, really make it loud and clear to them that we do not accept that so that they don't do it. Now, I'm taking into account how much higher the prices are in certain regions. Yeah, as far as I could tell, it wasn't a regional thing. It wasn't like, oh, some people might spend more because of their region. It was quite literally, yeah, we're just going to raise the price for people, for some people. No explanation given. Sony's never heard of loyal customer discounts. I get why they're not going to do it. If you think about the millions of transactions that they have in a given month, they can look and say, oh, these people are early adopters. They buy pre-order bonuses. They buy deluxe editions. We don't need to give these people discounts. They've got disposable income while we let them save money, right? That's millions of dollars. But then you have a percentage of people that seemingly wait for deals or don't spend money or don't buy day one. And so they're going to be like, oh, give those people discounts to promote, hey, come and spend money. Like you could even email them and say, hey, we've got a special deal for you. And it's some new game, that's been discounted. I don't care as much about. Like actively trying to get somebody to spend money by offering them a discount isn't the same as being like, you spend more money than this guy over here, so your regular price is going to be raised by $5 or something. Like, that's ridiculous. There's no defending that. I don't know if I've ever seen a storefront do that. Giving somebody a discount and saying this price or this savings is just for you, like it's like a personalized... Sometimes they'll send you like an email, right? Hey, we haven't heard from you in a while, and they'll like try to get you to come spend money. I think from an optics perspective, that could really backfire if people figure out that like you get those discounts the less you spend, right? But I also think the raising of the price is far more egregious. Like if my regular price is literally higher than yours simply because they know I'm an early adopter, I'm buying games day one, There is absolutely no defense of that. There just isn't. Didn't they just add a feature to the store where you can see the price the last 30 days or something like that? Yeah, I thought they were experimenting with that as well. Is this already out or not? They're testing the feature right now. It's not been rolled out. So I don't think you realize how money hungry Sony is. That's every company, though. What do you mean? Do you think like Microsoft is just like chill and don't care about money? What about like Amazon and Google? Like that, you're not saying anything. I mean, they're all money hungry. You know what I mean? They're all going to find ways to maximize their profit and their revenue. Sony should lower prices for everyone, not increasing them like Steam is doing with crazy sales going on. Sony would never do. They're just too greedy. Well, every company is greedy. They all want more money. Why do you think Steam does sales? Why do you think they do sales? Do you think they do sales because they like you and they're being nice to you? Or are they doing sales because they know it manipulates you into spending money that you wouldn't ordinarily spend? You're parting with your money because they give you a deal. Like, they're not doing that because they like you. Their refund policy isn't because they like you. It's because it ingratiates you to them and it makes you loyal to their platform. You feel well treated by them. Amazon does the same thing. Amazon lets me return virtually anything I've ever purchased, no questions asked. That makes me come back to them for business. It fosters a loyalty. It's like, yeah, I'll keep coming back to you. This is great. I can return anything I ever buy. Amazon's not doing that because they like me or they want to be nice to me. No publicly traded companies pro-consumer. That's what I mean. It isn't. Sony is among the worst and anti-consumer. How are they anti-consumer compared to all the other companies that are out there? You've got Nintendo, Xbox, Steam, and PlayStation. How are they anti-consumer? How? Steam allows me to do refunds. That's the most forward customer-leaning posture they have. But PlayStation makes game sharing better and easier. I can buy a game once. Like I bought Power World, and my wife and I play it, and I only had to buy it once. If my wife and I wanted to both play Power World on Steam, I have to buy it twice. So, like, there's not a clean break here where one company is better in every category. If I buy a co-op game and I want to play it with my wife on Steam over the internet, I have to buy the game twice. PlayStation only makes me buy it once. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if PlayStation offered refunds, then PlayStation would be winning the notches in the belt. It'd be like, well, they're treating me better. Right now, it's a bit of a wash. It's like, yeah, Steam lets me refund a lot easier, but Steam's also going to make me buy the game twice. Being anti-consumer is not about a comparison to other companies. It's about the individual decisions that a specific company's making. Well, cite them. First of all, anti-consumer is a misnomer because it assumes the existence of a pro-consumer move or a pro-consumer company. There's no such thing. Microsoft is not pro-consumer. Nintendo's not pro-consumer. Neither is PlayStation. None of them are pro-consumer. If you can't argue that pro-consumer is a thing, you can't argue that anti-consumer is a thing. They're all pro-profit. They're going to manipulate and shift things around every way they can to get the most money out of you possible. They're all doing the same thing. They might do it in a different way. Steam has family sharing. Not true. It is true. Steam's family sharing does not let you play the game at the exact same time. So you guys don't even know how it works. Every time this discussion comes up, people think they understand how it works and they don't. You're so quick to say that PlayStation's anti-consumer and Steam's pro-consumer, and you don't even understand how family sharing works. He doesn't know, so we can teach him. No, the irony is you are misinformed. You cannot play the game at the same time. If you want to buy, as I said, a co-op game and play together on Steam, you have to buy the game twice. You don't even understand how the feature works. I'm not saying that makes Steam anti-consumer. I'm saying each platform has their own little snags and things that they do that you might not like. It doesn't make them anti-consumer. Like, Steam is not anti-consumer because they make me buy the game twice. PlayStation's not pro-consumer because they make me buy the game one time. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the point, is like, you find one thing that you don't like that the company does, you're like, well, that's anti-consumer. If I did that against Steam, it would be absurd. If I tried to argue they were anti-consumer. Now, yes, somebody clipped me out of context and tried to make it seem like I was saying Steam's anti-consumer because they're dishonest. I was arguing against somebody who was doing this, and I'm like, you could literally go to a platform, find one snag, one thing you don't like, and claim it's anti-consumer because it's making you do something you don't want to do. Anti-consumer is a misnomer. It's a made-up term. All the platforms do things that we don't like or require us to spend money we might not want to spend. It doesn't make them anti-consumer. I think pro-consumer and anti-consumer are just made-up terms. I think they're terms that get thrown around by people that, like, if you think a company is pro-consumer and you're giving them your money, then they've won. They've won. They're making money from you, making you think that, like, oh yeah, they're pro-consumer, they're treating me well. Yeah, they got their due result. They're making money off you. That's what they're pro. They're profit. More companies are more egregious, hence Sony or Microsoft. Now, hang on a minute. I've asked for examples, though. Where do you feel like Sony is anti-consumer? Where is Microsoft anti-consumer? Where? What have they done that you feel like is anti-the consumer? What have they done? What are your examples? And how are they more anti-consumer than any other practices we've seen from any other company that tries to sell you things? Do you own every game in your Steam library, or do you own a license? Like, they're all doing that to a certain degree, right? Like, what? That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you feel is so egregious that they're doing that is labeled anti-consumer? Does Sony have an anti-consumer refund policy or no? I would say yes. I wouldn't argue that it's anti-consumer, though, because I don't think anti-consumer is a thing. I don't agree. I think it's a misnomer. I think it's a term that doesn't make sense. They're not against me. They're not. They're not anti-me. They don't want me to refund a game because they don't want to be left holding the bag of the price of the transaction and the fee and the chaos and the headache of me refunding games that they didn't even make, right? They don't want to deal with that crap. That doesn't make them anti-consumer. I'm not defending it, by the way. I think we should be able to refund digital goods. With the logic is simple. The ease with which you purchase a digital good should be just as easy to refund it. That's a level of consumer protection that I think these governments should fight for and grant us. Because if you can take my license away, I can give it back. It's not very consumer friendly, but it's not anti. Yeah, I would agree with that. It isn't consumer friendly. It's not consumer leaning. But I wouldn't say that it's anti. That's your viewpoint. The public has a general view of what's pro and anti-consumer. Right, but that doesn't make it accurate. That would be fallacy of the group. Just because a bunch of people think it doesn't make it true. Now, the customer's always right in matters of taste. If the customer base thinks that it's anti-consumer, then sure, that's the general hive mind consensus. But again, they don't think it's strong enough to get PlayStation to change is the point. Right? Like we've been talking about with live service games, supply and demand. The customer can't be wrong. If the vast majority of customers think a game sucks and don't want to play it, whether it's High Guard, Concord, or anything else, they're not wrong in not wanting to play the game and the game dies. If, generally speaking, the vast majority of consumers feel like the refund policy on these platforms is quote-unquote anti-consumer, they don't think it's strongly enough to yield a change because none of the platforms are offering refunds. They make you jump through a lot of hoops to get a refund. It's not easy. Like, even Steam makes you go to a help page and submit a ticket. You can't just, like, go to your library and reverse the transaction. I would argue Steam is the best, but even Steam's, I think, should be revised. I think Steam should be just as easy as you purchased it. Is the dynamic pricing stuff Sony is trying to do anti-consumer? I don't think anti-consumer as a term makes sense. What they're doing is pro-profit. I can call it scummy. I can call it gross. I can call it underhanded. I think those are better terms than anti-consumer. Anti-consumer operates from a position of it's us versus them. And I think when a company is going to do dynamic pricing and charge somebody, they're going to raise the regular price of an item just because they know they spend more money. I would say that's underhanded. I would say that that's a level of dishonest. Those are far better words than anti-consumer. Anti-consumer? What are we in a war? No, that's dishonest. That's underhanded. What are you doing? If they think that that's the regular price, but it's not really the regular price, that's a artificially inflated price. I would call that underhanded, maybe even unethical, but I wouldn't say that it's anti-consumer. I actually think it's worse. I think it's worse than anti-consumer. Anti-consumer doesn't go far enough. Anti-consumer is this like, I think it's almost, I'm not saying you guys are juvenile. I think the term is juvenile. It's like, oh, these companies are against us. Like, we're in a war. It's like, yeah, that's juvenile. What are we doing? No. Is it underhanded? Yeah. Does it almost trend into the waters of being unethical? Yeah, I think so. I think the consumer is being given a false impression at purchase, and I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong. They're buying it thinking that this is the price, and it's not the price. It's their own personal inflated price. I don't know. Dynamic pricing, you can also say, is very pro-consumer for people who don't spend a lot of money. Yeah, for those getting the discount, it's pro-consumer. Yeah, I spend more so you can spend less. Yeah, right. So you're on the pro-consumer end of it, and I'm on the anti-consumer end of it. No, I just think it's underhanded. Giving somebody a discount because they haven't spent money in a long time, I think that's fine. I think it's an optics problem, especially since they got rid of PlayStation Stars. A $5 super chat from Neo Reaper. Tassie released a video about Steam charts and them being weaponized. The comment section's eating him alive. I'm not surprised. I think the entire situation is absurd. We've already kind of had that row and that debate. We'll probably have to have it again sometime this week. I am going to make a video about it. The entire situation is absurd. Ghost of Yotei now supports Power Saver. That's one of the updates that it got added to it. It just popped up on my screen. We've always been in a war with corporations. Why is gaming different? Consumers want to get more for less, and corporations want to make more for less. It's always been a war. I don't agree. I don't think it's a war. I think it's a symbiotic relationship. If we hold the companies accountable to make quality products for a certain amount of money, and they're competing with other companies and trying to win our business, we benefit from that, and they benefit from that. It's 100%. It's 100% a symbiotic relationship. All right, we are ready to go. We'll go in a little bit. The co-op mode is live. It's economics. It's not war. Right. It's such an inflated, emotional way of talking about it. Like it's a war. It's like, it's not a war. What? No. That's why I don't like the mythical they. Like every thumbnail, they. And it's like, oh gosh. It's scummy and dishonest. Sure, anti-consumer is the common economic term people use, so no big deal. So not a big deal. I'm explaining why I don't use it and why I think we should use other terms. I think co-op or solo, I may try it solo just to see how it goes and then have people join me so we can kind of showcase both types. I always promote using more accurate terminology because I think that helps the conversation have clearer parameters of what exactly are we saying, right? It's why I think the way that people throw around pay to win, I think they throw it around too liberally, and I think they actually end up helping the companies that want to do scummy practices. Like calling an XP boost for a single player game pay to win, and using the exact same term to refer to like scummy micros and card packs and perfect build teams in sports and stuff. Like, I feel like you dilute the term and you take away its potency. It's like an XP boost is pay to win, and so is like a scummy microtransaction in a sports game where you feel like you have to pay to win because they fostered a culture where if you don't spend money, you don't win. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you neuter the word with overuse. It's like calling everything woke. It's like calling everything hate. The conversation we had earlier, you're neutering the word. You're making it an impotent word. It's like everything's now hate. Everything is now woke. Everything is now pay to win. Everything is anti-consumer. Well, the word starts to not mean anything at that point. It just becomes, this company did something I don't like, anti-consumer. Exclusives are anti-consumer. Raising the price of hardware is anti-consumer. Like, dynamic pricing is anti-consumer. Do you see? Do you really want to have exclusives being anti-consumer in the same ballpark as just charging a customer more money because of dynamic pricing? Do you see what I'm saying? When you use terms like this, it's like, no, be more specific. The dynamic pricing of charging somebody more money and making them have a false impression at checkout to where they're paying the regular price for them that's been raised, that's dishonest, that's underhanded, that's unethical. Anti-consumer doesn't even do that thing, doesn't do that justice. I don't know. I'm not trying to be pedantic and persnickety about this, but I just think this is commonly a problem in these conversations, is that we use terms that are so broad and umbrella-like that they don't actually communicate anything. Gaming companies don't compete as much with each other as much as like Netflix or YouTube. Gamers are going to game regardless, so they need to convince non-gamers to hop on and stay on. Or just continue to, foster a healthy relationship with the existing customer base so that you continue spending money in their ecosystems. Let me add that consumer warfare is an actual term. I've never seen it used in our circles. Usually people say things like anti-consumer, they couch everything in an us versus them, right? Consumer warfare describes a highly competitive materialistic environment where, due to market empowerment, consumers utilize strategic battlefield-like tactics against one another to gain social prestige, influence, or resources. This framework involves attacking or defending against peer consumers with products often used as tools for this rivalry. So basically, console warring. You're missing out if you don't call your video later this week. The Steam charts will make me God. I already made a video about this, if you remember, Fuzzy, with the Horizon Hunters Gathering. I said, don't call this hate. No, I said, this is not hate, I think is what's on the thumbnail. I said, this is not hate. It isn't. Stop calling this hate. Oh, here, let me make sure and feature this video. Publish that. Let me turn my monitor up because I might need some brightness. Okay. And then on purple, I'm going to have to switch directories. Ghost of Yotei Legends mode day 1. And then all right, YouTube, there's obviously no risk of spoilers here, so it's super helpful when you guys support gameplay. It enables us to do a lot, and it can also help when you guys come over, even if you only hang out for like 15 minutes and you smack that like button. Super helpful. Let's go here. Let's get this thumbnail on the tweet. Okay. All right, let me pop out the chat here. Where is Crimson? I don't know what you mean. We're switching gears. We are going to jump into the Legends co-op mode. I'm starting a brand new stream, so please use the link in chat. That way you guys can go over. I'll also redirect you. Thank you so much for checking out this video. We are diving in on day 1 to Ghost of Yotei Legends mode. I'm going to try out some Ghost of Yotei Legends gameplay solo. I'll also try some co-op with the community if we can get some people to jump in. So if you like this video, remember to hit like and subscribe. Also consider helping us with our member goal. We're trying to get to 600 paying members, and we're currently sitting at like 520. So thank you everybody who's done that. Click that join button for $5 a month. You can join my Discord as well. And let me end the previous stream. We were talking about Crimson Desert, and I'm going to go ahead and redirect everybody over, and I'm just going to click to start it. I thought there might be like